Alright, I'm just gonna throw this on real quick because I completely forgot I started streaming. I'm just in the middle of uploading some of my previous parts over to Twitch. Whoops, let me edit that. Where is it? There it is. Okay. Let me go ahead and export this. I'm just copping out on my my edit, or I'm copping out on the there you are. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm copping out on my description right now. I'm just putting in I'm just putting in a parenthesis. We'll add description later. I've been extremely lazy within the past few days, and I haven't done jack. Alright. I'll let that process for a little bit. Move this over here for later. I'm gonna get in the... and put myself in the chat for right now. I did post that. Okay, cool. And then I think I'm a stage behind. I think I finished part 3 on Tube yesterday. Part 4 was literally like just an hour. It was like I literally did nothing. I kind of just walked around for a minute, and like, I just finished getting, I think I just finished getting Angelo, and then I moved on somewhere. I can't remember where. I think I was trying to grind, but I wasn't feeling good. So I ended stream like an hour in. But feeling a bit better today. I beat the 3DS version. I'll go ahead and turn this on. I beat the 3DS version literally this morning. And on top of that, I managed to make sure I got everything working. Okay, there we go. I also managed to get like a lot of stuff done on the 3DS version. I think it only took me like 30 something hours, which was obscenely quick. Specifically for the reason that, you know, I can speed up the battles. Like, I beat the game in like 30 something hours. And I'm only 10 hours in on this playthrough. And mind you, I'm level like 50 something. I'm level 50 something on the 3DS version at 30 something hours. I'm at level 15 10 hours in. I'll be, or like by this level, or by this and on top of that, the reason I'm so high in level is because I was able to grind much more efficiently. Because I have the crit moves for the metal enemies. I can't get that with this version of the game. Or I can't get that with this playthrough. And the only luck I'll have of grinding is literally just going to be normal monsters in late game, specifically because I can't kill liquid metal slimes or metal king slimes after this. So yeah, I think I just got Angelo. He probably has Jack Doodoo on him. Jessica does too. Why don't they? What in the world? Oh yeah, that's right. I don't have any accessories. Crazy. I can give this to her for now. Actually, no. You know what? Hold on. Give me that. Who can equip this? Okay. Well, your defense is... Well, you don't have a headpiece. Hold on. Let me get you a headpiece. Do I have another feathered cap? I don't think so. Is this better for Angelo? Yes, it is. They both have steel shields. Managing his inventory is going to be stupid. Where are the leather... Am I stupid? Oh, there they are. He doesn't even have a headpiece, so I'll just transfer this to him for now. Oh, get his dirty weapon off. Get out of here. Oh, whoops. Don't mind me just micromanaging my inventory just to make it look nicer. Oh, whoops. That shouldn't be there. Alright, there we go. Alright, now he just needs a shield. Do I have a spare scale shield in here? No, I don't, so I'll just give him a leather shield for now. He's lucky he gets to keep his Templar ring. I'm only letting him keep it because of its high defense stat. And I'm just giving it to the party member with the weakest defense. And then, let's see. Okay, I think I'm set for now. Let me check the alchemy pot and see if I have anything done. Oh, I don't even have anything in. That's cool. Alright, let's see if I can make... I believe this is a Templar shield. This will be his strongest shield for a while. If it's not this, it's a steel shield. Yep. And I don't have that. I mean, or iron shield. I have 2 of them right now, but they're equipped, and I'm not unequipping them. What else can I make? I can make another feathered cap. Hold on. Can I already made a... Oh, wait, I haven't made a feather cap yet. That's crazy. Well, I'll make it a feather cap. I could make a stone hard hat. Because Jessica has bunny ears, which is her strongest headpiece that she's going to have in this area. A stone hard hat will be the strongest helm for Yangus for a hot minute. Trying to think. Templar shield is going to be the best shield that Angelo is going to have. There's a kitty shield in the next quote-unquote actual dungeon I got to go into. Alright, now I gotta grind to get some levels on Angelo. Ooh, cool. I have my world map now. It's all old and beat up. Cool. Alright, now we'll say this. Bring up the world map. Now, you guys can't really see where I'm pointing. So I'm just gonna, like, if you guys see where the legend or whatever it's called, I forget the technical name for maps or for the information on a map. But behind the legend at the very bottom left-hand corner, there's a tiny island out there called Slime Island that's not actually marked on the map. And I'm gonna go out there at some point because there's a platinum sword out there that'll be very beneficial to me for alchemy purposes later. At least I believe so. Alrighty, let's see. How do I want to handle this? Angelo has literally nothing. Oh, whoops. Okay, that was some big damage. Yo, that kick! He just grooved in there, man. Oh my god. That move is so much stronger than I thought it was. Also, why am I running? There is a little cutscene that we're going to watch with Angelo talking about his tragic backstory. And to be fair, it's actually really kind of sad. Goodness me. Bites into the burger, everything at the other end of the burger. Alright, now I'm going to hush up for a second because this cutscene is actually really good.
Ah, Angelo. You look like you've got the weight of the world on your shoulders. Maybe it would help to get it off your chest, Not that I want to force you, mind.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe things will never be right between us. Marcello, will never forgive me. If only we didn't share common blood, I'm sure we'd get along fine. Abbot Francisco was always well known around these parts for his benevolence. He'd often take in children who had nowhere else to go. And I was one of them. My parents were well off, part of the aristocracy. But then they both died. All of a sudden, I was left with no family and no money. The Abbey was the only place I could go.
You're new here, aren't you? Are you here to join the brothers? Have you come all on your own? Oh, you must be exhausted. Where are your things? Is that all you've got?
My mummy and daddy died, so I don't have many things, and I don't have anywhere else to go.
You sound a lot like me. But there's no need to worry. Abbot Francisco and all of us will be your family from now on.
But...
Let's go and find the abbot. Come on now, don't cry. Why don't you tell me your name?
Angelo.
You! So you're Angelo. Leave. I want you to leave. You... leave and never come back. I don't ever want to see you again. So you're intent on ruining this life for me as well, are you?
Marcello was the golden boy of the Abbey. He studied hard and had a bright future ahead of him. But when it came to me, his attitude wasn't so positive.
I'm so sorry, child. I'm sad to say I heard that little exchange. It's so unlike Marcello to act like that. I just don't understand. Ah, I see. I always knew he had a half-brother. That's you, isn't it? You're Angelo. Well, they say time heals all wounds. Let's hope your living here will make everything all right. Now, come along. From today onwards, this will be your home. Why don't I introduce you to everyone?
Not long after that, I heard the full story for the first time. About how I had a half-brother who was born from an affair between my father and one of the maids. And that was Marcello. If I hadn't been born, he'd have been next in line to my father. But when I was born, Marcello and his mother were thrown out of the house with nothing to their names. She died soon afterwards. He had no one. So he ended up at the Abbey, hating me and my father for all those years. Quite a bombshell, don't you think? I was so young and innocent then, too. The whole thing hurt more than you can imagine. Still, c'est la vie. My father got off lightly. He did just what he wanted and then died, and left me to take the consequences. I'm the only one left for Marcello to hate now. In a way, I can't say I blame him. And it was probably good that we lived together. At least it gave him someone to take it all out on. It certainly added a bit of spice to the humdrum life at Myella Abbey, anyway.
Angelo, I'm so...
This story's gone on long enough. Look, it's nearly daybreak.
Wait!
And we're back. So that was Angelo's backstory. It's pretty tragic. Man was literally just orphaned and didn't have anywhere to go. Marcello was also orphaned out of wedlock, you know, and just inherently grew up hating Angelo because, you know, who do you blame for your life being ruined when there's no one nearby to blame, you know? So like it's a pretty heart-heavy situation. And it sucks that they had to go through it, you know? Let's see. Thin air is just really strong. I'm probably just gonna abuse the shit out of that. Oh, yo! Free Fisticuff? Let's go! Bow! Thin air attack's gonna come around and... Wait for it. Just waiting on Yangus. There it is. Bow! Oh my god, dude. That is mad strong. When do the other characters learn thin air attack? I think Hero learns it. It's either Hero or Angelo. I know one of them learn it. Alright, you're gonna see me come over this way, real quick. Because there's a chest all the way back here that I don't want to forget about. There's quite a few chests that I've probably walked past. And I've walked past them purely because, like, I'm just not ready to get them at the moment. I'm fully focused on trying to, level, or try to get as strong as I can so that these idiots don't pose a problem to me. Thin air attack, stone throw... Yeet! Ding ding. Yeah! Big fart. Bow. How is he not dead? 2 damage. That's what I like to see. Yeet! Dink. What do you mean he's not dead? Of course, Angel is the only one to get dazzled. I hate this game. Ah, fuck it. How are you still not dead? There, Yangus can sock it to him. Bow! Goodness me, man. So, safe to say, I'm probably going to take every random encounter I get. Because without the ability to reliably kill metal slimes, there's honestly no point in trying to farm them, but instead trying to find other ways to farm. Now, I'm not sure if Stone Throw counts at another exciting tale. All this man is doing is just tensing me up. I don't get it. Bow! 51. Bow! There we go. I can't wait until I get closer to endgame and I'm able to pick up my first Sun Crown. Because you have to find it as a Skull Crown, use Saint's Ashes to turn it into a Sun Crown, and then the Sun Crown, Magic Beast Hide, and a Tough Guy Tattoo, and that makes a Timbrel of Tension. and it's a battle item that raises all of your party's tension by 1, or by 1 stage. And if you have, or when you get both timbrels of tension, then one character or 2 characters can tense up to level 50 in just 1 turn. And since we're going full, since we're going full Fisticuffs, that means Jessica's gonna get Magic Burst. And Magic Burst, Oomph, and Tension 50 is just asking for a good time. A silk robe? Oh, hold on. Did I just get a better piece of equipment for Jessica? Where'd it go?
How did I once again forget my password for fucking
What the? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, never mind. I already had one. I was thinking of a different one. Oh, I apologize. I completely forgot. I forgot. True, you're right. Okay, there you go. I'm sorry. Also, yeah, guys. Salts is here. Say hi.
Hi, Salty.
Yes, oh.
Okay, so you haven't been too much into that.
Oh no, the last stream that I did was literally only like less than an hour, and it was just story. It was just me getting Angelo. Domegas killed Abbot Francisco, which was a father figure to Angelo's and Angelo's half-brother. So Angelo's half-brother, who's now the new abbot of the abbey, has ordered Angelo to travel with us because Angelo's useless to the abbey. So, and then we just got done watching a little tidbit of story or backstory with Angelo, and how him and Marcello are both orphans due to Angelo's father being a cucklord. Angelo was born, or Marcello was born first, and it was a wedlock birth. He had an affair with a maid, and and he only did, but after his wife became pregnant with Angelo, after the physician told them that it wouldn't be possible, he casted the maid and Marcello to the streets, and then Marcello's mother died shortly after due to poor health. It's so strong. And it's an all enemy attack. Like, oh my god.
So you should just run him normally.
Nah, like in a normal playthrough, the best thing you can run him is either scythes, axes, or both with a little bit of humanity. Purely because humanity is the only way that Yengus can get healing options, and the most he can learn is Kerplunk. Heal and mid-heal are obsolete when you get into late game and the HP values start getting way too high. But Kerplunk, it spends all of Yengus's MP, but it completely revives everyone if everyone's dead. So it's actually really strong. But and then the only other person that genuinely benefits from Fisticuffs is literally Jessica, because for some reason her strongest magical move is locked behind Fisticuffs rather than a magical wielding staff skill tree. Because that makes sense.
Why wouldn't he?
I just love that Stone's Throw costs no MP to use. It's so funny. It's so funny. Bang. You're right. I got rocks I can throw, and then I got pop rocks too. Jessica has the Bang family of spells. Bah! Wait for it. Rock'em sock'em. Here we go. Yeet! Dink! Smack him. Bow! I was right! I called it out.
When you get the fourth member.
Oh, that's what I was. That's what I was talking about. Yeah.
Okay.
The last stream, I literally managed to. It was either part 3 or part. No, I remember now. Part 3. I got Angelo and watched a whole lot of cutscenes. Part 4, I was gonna try and grind for a little bit, but I wasn't feeling too well, so I just went ahead and ended stream. Yeah, and then this stream now I've got Angelo and I'm able to grind. So let's see. Let me just attack him because he's the strongest one. Thin air will just thin air and Bang just fucks every enemy up. Bow. That's such like. Now that I have 2 characters that can hit every enemy on the field, that's fantastic.
My cord is not uploaded from the thing. It's not on my headphones, woman.
Now I'm not sure. I gotta look at the skill trees again, but like, if Hero can learn Thin Air and Fisticuffs faster than he can learn Kazap, then I'll probably. Or no. Kazap is grouped, Zap is all. Which is weird. I don't understand that typing. For some reason, Zap, the weaker spell, hits all enemies, but Kazap, the stronger version, hits a group of enemies. So it's less because it only hits grouped enemies. So, like, if I had these 3 brownies and a jargon, Zap would hit all of them, but Kazap would only hit the brownies. Or the jargon, whichever one I chose. It honestly doesn't make sense. Yeet! Ding, ding, ding. Oh no, I said yeet! Ding, ding, ding. No, you're fine. My girlfriend thought I said hey baby when I said yeet, ding, ding, ding. The syllables sounded very similar for a minute. Especially if you like dull it out. Okay, well at least I'm strong enough to take care of the enemies in this area.
Wait, you're a pasta?
Huh? I hate you. That took me a second to process. I hate you. It's really good, but I hate you. And so is the joke, but
No, the I hate you makes it so much better. Honestly.
it was honestly really good. Like I can't even be mad. That's the worst part. Oh fuck. It's just a good one. It's a really good one.
I'm not trying to get the timing, but how long were you planning on streaming?
That is a good question.
As a guy who puts more applications, apparently the
Oh, that's unfortunate.
during the holidays if you're going to work.
I put in my application for this place, so hopefully I get it or get the job. They literally just had a position open, so I might be able to get it if I'm lucky. Yeet! Bah! Oh my god! God, dude! Yankees has no business being this strong, dude. I swear.
Are you gonna complain about it?
No, but I'm gonna question it. I'm gonna question it pretty hard. Before I continue, let me look up some. Can I get a number 9 large? Heroes skills. There we go. Here we go. Okay, let's see. I already got Zoom, Tingle Cures, Sleep and Paralysis, but that's at level 16. I won't get anything beneficial right now. Ooh, hold on. Fisticuffs at 33 puts me at attack power plus 30. Ooh, and he learns Thin Air at 40 or 42.
Who does? Hero?
Yup.
Oh god, I have 2 Thin Air?
Yeah, no, not yet, not yet. At 42 points, he'll.
Can everyone learn Thin Air?
Not sure. Let's figure that out.
That's terrible.
Dragon Quest 8.
Dragging
Yangus.
these nuts. Got it!
Oh, Yangus skills.
I am so original.
Aha! Oh. Dragon Quest 8. Jessica skill. I'm just gonna open up 4 windows with each character's respective skill tree. And if I was playing the 3DS version, I wouldn't have to do this because it tells me the skills on the bottom screen. Okay, so the equivalent of Thin Air that Jessica and Angelo learn is called Harvest Moon, where they do a chain of flips and kicks across the entire screen on every enemy. Jessica learns her Harvest Moon at 45, and Angelo learns his at 42 points.
I learned mine on the SNES.
True. But for Jessica and Angelo, I'm also going to be putting points into their stab skill tree because that's where they get most of their magic spells from. Jessica gets, let's see, she gets Acceleratl, Kasap, Bounce, Magic Barrier. Those are all like really good spells to have. And at 100 points, she learns Kazing, but I might hold off on that because the last good thing that she gets is Magic Barrier at 31 points. The only other ability she gets is Catechus, but you have to have a staff equipped for that, and it's a healing move. It's basically the equivalent of a mid heal. So late game, it's going to be obsolete anyway. And then at 100, she learns Kazing, but that's literally 31 to 100 points. That's literally 69 points. Nice. That's literally 69 points. And at the rate that they get their skill points, that's like 20 levels that I could put that 69 points into something else like Fisticuffs or Sex Appeal, because she gets a better healing move in Sex Appeal at 100 points. It doesn't revive like Kazing does, but it's basically her version of a multi-heal, which is much better because even though mid-heal is obsolete, multi-heal is just a mid-heal but across all the characters. And late game, all the enemies want to do is just attack all of your characters instead of, targeting one by one. So once I get Magic Barrier, I won't really have any other reason to go through her stab skill tree. If I really wanted Kazing, I could literally just get a Staff of Resurrection, which if used as an item in battle and not equipped, it casts the Zing spell. And I can make one of those early before I get late game. And then for Angelo, it's actually a bit harder to not want to upgrade his stab skill tree because the most that I have to use is 65 skill points, because that's when he learns Oomph. And Jessica and Angelo having Oomph, allowing Hero and Yangus to be absolute monsters in damage dealing early game is fantastic. But since this is an all Fisticuff playthrough, I want to put some points into Angelo's Fisticuffs so that he can like build up a little bit of power. And as I'm looking here, literally the first 5 he doesn't gain an actual ability until 35 points. 28 points is literally just all stat increases. 22 attack power, 10 agility, and increased dodging chance. Whereas staff and charisma just gives abilities and spells. Oh, medicinal art. Now I have to be careful with one of the abilities in saying it, because saying it could trigger something in an algorithm or someone's mind, and it's specifically because of how the word is spelt, because it's one letter it's just one letter added to the N word, and mind you, the hard R N word. Yeah, it's very poorly named. And I know this is an older game using older English, so I'm assuming that that was probably a word that was used commonly back in the day, not as a means to insult, but just as a common word, like how gay was used to refer to happy back in the day. So like, but basically all it is just him laughing, and it lowers an enemy's tension if they've risen it. And that's useful on a boss later. I think it was, I can't remember his name. I think it's Captain Blackbeard. But you have to fight his ghost to claim his treasure for story reasons. And I'm gonna go to pick him to start grinding now since I'm this strong. But for story reasons, you have to fight him, and he's like, he's not the only boss that can psych up, but he's like one of the main ones that starts psyching up to 100 to do massive damage, and he also has thin air attack. So he can psych up, thin air attack, and attack all of my party members with that extra damage. And that is obscenely scary to deal with. So basically, his AI is set to when he starts psyching up, if he doesn't psych up, or if he psychs up past 5, he'll continuously try to psych up. And he gets 2 turns per move. So he can psych up to 20 in 1 turn. Angelo can use his move to lower his tension by one. And if I have it to its upgraded form, which is Chilling Chuckle, then it'll drop it by 2. And if I can get him in just the right pattern, he can possibly continuously try to psych up. And since he psychs up to 20 in 1 turn, and Angelo brings him back down to 0, he'll keep trying to psych up to 100, and he'll be stuck in a loop.
That's awesome.
But that's if I'm lucky. And on top of that, that completely negates one of my characters, because they have to solely use one move for the rest of the fight if I can keep them, or if I can keep him in that lock. And Angelo is actually pretty decently important because he's the healer of the group. And funnily enough, that becomes obsolete once you level Hero up to, I think it's 82 skill points. Yeah, 82 skill points he learns Omni Heal, which is a multi-party full heal. And full heal is already crazy in itself, but multi-party full heal is even crazier. And then at 90 skill points, he learns, he learns a trait that allows him to cut the cost of his spells in half. So like technically, before you get Omni Heal, you get the ability to cut your spells by one third of the cost, and at 1/3 cost, Bag of Guts. Hey, what's up, Bag of Guts? At 1/3 cost, Omni Heal costs I think 32 MP. So if I'm not mistaken, just 1/3, or if you rework that backwards, I think that's let's see. What evenly goes into 32 3 times?
Nothing really evenly goes.
Or at least I think it's 32. Hold on, let me see. Because I could be wrong. I'm just going to open up the 3DS version real quick. In the meantime, let me get back to doing this.
9 is 36.
Okay, then I may be off. I think it might be 36. Not entirely sure. Let me just check. Yeet! Ding ding ding. Oh my god, she killed 2 of them. Wait, how come Jessica's... I just realized Jessica's stone throw is stronger than Hero's. Since when? Since when does she have better strength?
Since always.
Oh, Angelo leveled up. He gets his first skill points. I think he gets 8 or 9. Oh, and he learned Tingle. Never mind, he gets 3. What is this bull? 3? That's not even the first level of Fisticuffs. Come on. This game sucks.
Get good.
Oh, well, hold on. I can learn Squelch, which is okay.
Sorry, you learn what?
Squelch, it cures poison.
Oh. Is it Fisticuffs?
No, I put it in Charisma. Getting Squelch is actually pretty decently okay. Because there's a... Poison is actually pretty bad in this part of the game. And I don't feel like wasting money on antidote herbs. Let's see. Okay, so at Omni Heal 18... Okay, so... 18 times 2 is what?
18 times 2 is
36? Okay, so I was wrong. So, you automatically get, you get Omni Heal after, you get cut spells by 1/3. So, when you get Omni Heal, it's automatically cut, its MP cost is automatically cut by 1/3. Which is good, because it would be 36 MP to cast Omni Heal. Which, for Hero, is a decent amount, because his MP is average among the... Because it's fun. And actually, this isn't that bad of a playthrough, because like Jessica benefits from Fisticuffs because of Magic Burst, literally the strongest fucking move in the game.
For no reason.
Literally for no reason. But then again, it does have the offhand of literally using all of your magic.
But I mean, if you kill everyone, you gotta stack up on the potion, they do it again.
You're right. that's the funny part. You're right.
Right?
There's literally a late game item called an Elfin Elixir that just fully restores MP. Okay, so do I want to dump more into Fisticuffs? What does she get from here? Oh, she gets Harvest... Oh, wait. She gets Harvest Moon. Exactly. The right amount of points. Wait, she also learns Thin Air as well? Why does she need both? Or was I on Angelo? Oh, okay, I was on Angelo. Okay, Angelo learns... No, wait. No, I was on Jessica. Ah! Jessica learns Thin Air and Harvest Moon. For no reason. What? Why does she need both? They're effectively the same move.
Well, now she has choices. Maybe one does more magic damage than the other one?
No, they're both physical.
Look, I'm trying to justify something stupidity and insane.
So, like, each tier of... It costs 6 MP to use this? It better be strong, bro.
Because is that a lot or is that little? Because some games, 6 MP is a lot.
That's a lot for right now in this part of the game. Ding, 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 ding. That did nothing!
Oh, wow, you can on... Oh, yeah, wait.
Her stone throw does more. What?
That's cool, though.
I could have stone through, and I would have been perfectly fine. Whoosh.
I forgot I had your actual page up in the Discord. So I'm like, how is he ahead of me? I'm like, wait, where's the video?
Oh, there we go.
Perfect. There, now I synced it up, so now I can trust your chat.
Well, I mean... And hell, what makes it funnier is that Bang is a spell that does the same thing Harvest Moon does, but for less the price. I think Bang costs 4 MP to use. I hate these enemies. Yeah, his name is Hipster, and he thrusts.
Like all of them do.
And the witch archetype enemies in this game have the same boob physics that Jessica does.
So good?
Yes. And what makes it worse is that they literally learn a move called Puff Puff. And I told you about Puff Puffs before.
Oh no.
And they literally just shake their chest at the male characters. It's so stupid. This game is fantastic.
It's so dumb, I love it.
What's even crazier is that even though that some of the female enemy that are like quote-unquote female enemies, because you don't really learn the gender of any of the enemies in this game, but you can infer the genders of some enemies. Like obviously the witch is female.
And the hipster is a guy, unless it's a very thin, shirtless lady.
But the sex appeal attribute in Jessica's skill tree can affect quote unquote female enemies. And this game came out in like 2000 something.
Like you mean like you can do sex appeal moves on female enemies?
Yeah,
Progressive.
right? Progressive, especially for the.
Is he implying that you could do moves on them, or are you implying that the more sex appeal she has, the more female enemies target her? That would be hilarious.
I mean, I think both. I'm not sure. I don't know. I honestly, this game is really weird when it talks about enemy targeting, because it tells you that you can change the lineup of your characters, and it tells you that if you put your characters in the back, they'll be attacked less often. And I was like, that's not true, because I can get characters in the back that get targeted 24/7. Like Jessica is the third party member from the back, so she should be targeted less than Hero and Yangus. But there is a specific enemy when you go to the Trodain region that will target her non-stop until she's dead. If she's dead, then it'll move on to the next fucking character at random. But if she's brought back to life, it'll automatically change its targeting back to her. It literally just does not end. And I was like, this is some bull, so I was lied to then. This game is garbage.
I was lied.
My feelings have been hurt, and my day is ruined. I am severely disappointed, and my day is ruined. I'm about to just fuck up this calamari kid real quick. Yeah. Bink. Slap. I love how she just stands there. He got drop kicked. Now, I had to... I challenged this little douche for a reason. He's actually important for the Monster Arena quest, side quest line. And the Monster Arena abilities are going to be mad important. Like, even though I can't get Mori in this game, like I can the 3DS version, the Monster Arena just provides some massive benefits. Especially if you focus on, or especially if you work on it early on. Because you can get, by D rank, I believe it's D rank, you earn the ability to call your monster team into battle. And obviously that in itself is an automatic plus, because not only do you get to remove your main characters from play, from getting hurt, you get a monster team where if you fought strong monsters can dish out massive damage at the cost of 10 MP.
Massive damage. You hit this giant enemy crab's weak point with massive damage.
Yo. Oh, whoops. Yeet! Ding, 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 ding. Hero's turn. Quit drawing! Your R34 career ain't gonna take off. The other one ran off. He got hurt for what I said. They know it's true. I love that there are some enemies where they literally just lose a turn because they blankly stare into space. Yeet! Ding, 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 ding. What do you mean one? What do you mean two didn't die? I've been lied to. So Jessica is stronger right now. That's insane. Yeet! Ding, ding. There, get out of here. Alright, Angelo's at tension 50. Let's go. And so is Yangus. Whenever Yangus pleases, he can just rip the souls of his enemies. Are you there, Salted? Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You're just going off, so I was just letting you go.
Oh no, I'm literally just grinding again. I ran into, God, he looks so menacing. He's so cool.
So now we're in grind mode? Okay. I wasn't sure. I thought you were still just going off, but you do your thing.
Oh yeah, no, I literally just, I ran into the Kelp King. He's the only enemy that I can grind for decent XP because of his ability to call in calamari kids. Yeah. Yes, you're right.
Oh, who that?
Oh, someone else joined?
I've been here. I just haven't been talking.
Oh, valid.
Fair enough.
Also,
Figured out why my internet went out yesterday.
what for?
Well, remember how I went out to kill Julian for my girlfriend and she started going?
Let me guess by a wild fucking margin. You accidentally hold the cord.
Yep.
Aha! I knew it. I called it immediately. I could literally see it. I just knew that had to have been it.
Yep.
Oh, that's insane.
You called 811 before doing that.
Well, I didn't expect it to be there. No one expected it to be there.
That's heavily unfortunate, though.
It really was.
In the field, like, wait, did you go out to the main field or did you like go out to the backyard? Okay, then I can see that. I can see that.
Oh yeah.
Cause, yeet, ding, 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 ding. What do you mean two of them lived?
Ah, you're good.
But I can see that being a genuine accident. I can see that. But no, so some really even I was talking shit about heal and mid heal because they become obsolete in late game. I like what they did in Dragon Quest 11 because in 11 they actually give the ability to or they change up the stat distribution a little bit. And they add magical, and they take away wisdom in favor of magical might and magical mending. And there are certain characters that have certain equipment that benefits magical mending over magical might, literally designating their role as the healer. And I like the way that they did it because they actually made heal, mid heal, and more heal worth using over full heal, because full heal had its MP balanced, so you weren't constantly just spamming full heal. And if you had a character with high magical mending, sometimes you wouldn't even have to use more heal. You could just use mid heal, and it would heal the characters. So like they did it was fantastic the way it was adjusted in Dragon Quest XI. And that might have been the same for Dragon Quest 9 and 10, but I haven't fully delved into 9 as much as I have 8 and 11, and I haven't even, or the West still hasn't received 10, so no, we haven't. We got Final Fantasy 14 before we got Dragon Quest 10. And I will say this though, another thing that aggravates me is the Dynasty Warriors version of the Dragon Quest series, Dragon Quest Heroes 1 and 2. It has a bundle pack on the Japanese eShop, and it also has a DOC English translation and subtitle patch, but it's not on the North American eShop. It doesn't. And what makes it funnier is that it's on both games are on PS4. The exact same bundle is on PS4. Or the North American PlayStation Store. I was like, don't get me wrong, the game looks better, but like, I have most of my Dragon Quest games are literally on Nintendo consoles. I like the relevancy, and Nintendo just tends to get the better versions of the game anyway. Like Nintendo got the Nintendo or the Switch got the definitive edition before, like, I think a month and a half to 2 months before the creator just said, fuck it, every other version of the game can have all the left out content that was in the definitive edition, so you can have it all for free, no need to pay extra charge. And I was like, that's cool. That's awesome. That's a good way to keep your game relevant. But I'm gonna hurt these calamari kids with an extreme gust of wind. But what was I saying? I lost track.
You're just gone. You're gone.
I was saying something, but I can't remember. But Heroes. I want Heroes to come to the North American eShop, but I don't think it is. And I don't want to manage 2 accounts. And for whatever... And, like, you have the ability to change your eShop's region, but, like, it requires a whole hefty process, and I think you have to wait time before changing it back. And I don't want to be stuck viewing the eShop forever. Especially considering that, the Japanese versions of the game and the English versions of the game sit at 2 separate screens. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I don't want to go I don't want to go through that. But I do want to get the game. I like the Dynasty Warrior format, and I love Dragon Quest. And I have Dragon Quest Heroes 1 and 2 on my PS4. I have played it.
Yeah.
And I've no, like I said, it is, but it's only on the Japanese eShop. Like, it's only on the Switch in the bundle. and the bundle is only available in the Japanese eShop. And it's aggravating. They do the same thing for Fire Emblem Heroes. They have 2 made up characters specifically for that story. But I will say this, the ability to choose between a male and female protagonist, but both of them also being separate characters, is actually kind of cool. I like that idea. Because you're not forced to choose a gender for the main character, because there are 2 main characters that are already both genders. And I'm assuming once the next Dragon Quest game comes out, it'll probably still have the same story format. But if there are games that come out later that start focusing on the development of gender and allow your character to be identified as any by any pronoun, that would be hella productive. I can genuinely see Persona doing it first, because
Or honestly, maybe not Harvest Moon, but like the Haunted Chocolate Factory, the chocolate that's coming out.
maybe, but like in an RPG sense, I feel, because most RPGs are indicative of a story and they have a certain story they want to tell. So like Joker is always going to be, like in Persona 5, Joker is always going to be the man. He's the dude. He's cool. You know, like you don't get to be like, well, I don't feel like a man. Like you don't. They didn't put that in the story because that was. I mean, Persona 5 is an old ass game anyway. So.
Don't say that.
It is. It came out on the PS3, dude. Open your eyes. The truth hurts.
Okay, I watched a video and they said that Lilo & Stitch came out 20 years ago and I cried when
Ah! Oh, I'm Super Saiyan, yay!
I'm Super Saiyan. I'm gonna jump off this tower before it hurts anymore.
Hey, you know what? Let's jump off of Dragon. Well, one last thing on the Heroes. I really the one reason that I got interested into Heroes was I found out about Heroes before I understood what a warrior's archetype was, because I didn't know about Dynasty Warrior. And after I learned about the warrior's archetype, I actually delved into the series and started learning what other games did the warrior's archetype. And this was back when the Wii U was out and Hyrule Warriors just came out.
Yeah, the first one was the one I played.
And oh my god, dude! I played the Wii. I had the Wii version, or the Wii U version, and the definitive edition. And yeah, and
Did you get the 3DS one?
no, I didn't know there was a 3DS one. I didn't know that. So when I saw this My Fairy feature on the definitive edition, I was like, what the fuck? What? What is this? Hello? I was so genuinely confused. It wasn't funny.
Yeah, I used to play Dynasty Warriors back on PS2 with the Dynasty Warriors.
No, like, it's crazy because I didn't know about Dynasty Warriors at all. But my girlfriend actually had a copy of one of her Dynasty Warrior games, and she played it a fuck ton.
Yeah, I did.
And I was like, that's crazy. Oh my god, this is what being internet ignorant means. You learn nothing of the world. Like, I missed out on the golden age of shit, man. I missed out on internet forums. I missed out. No! Hero's gonna lose his Super Saiyan. The poof. I just love how he just went from purple back to color and his bandana just reappeared out of nowhere.
Missed out on requiring internet to dial up.
Oh, that was crazy. But fuck, what was I saying? But yeah, I missed out on the golden age of the internet, and it felt really bad. Like, in my older years now, I feel.
You played Pirate Warriors? The One Piece one?
The One Piece. I'll be real. I'll be real. I haven't wanted to get into One Piece. I really don't want to. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm thinking about playing it because I hear that it's using the new updated mechanics of the refined Warriors formula that they've been using since Hyrule Warriors. Because I've been keeping up with their format recently, and they've been getting very progressive in updating the format on a by game basis. Like, for example, Age of Calamity had the rods and food mechanic alongside a unique mechanic for each character that just absolutely expanded their moveset to a very hard to comprehend battle style. And it literally just made each of those characters more unique, and it made the game so much more fun to play. There were certain characters that were less hindered, or that was, I wouldn't say hindered, but they didn't really gain anything from their unique action very well. Because certain characters like Daruk, Daruk is meant to be a run and gun character. He's not supposed to stop and do damage to a single character. He's more of a mass fighting. Yeah, he's a plower, quite literally. But his unique action is like very weird to handle, and his main string combo just doesn't benefit his multi-opponent attacking moves. So like, it's just not very beneficial to use him at all. He's literally the weakest character in opinion of the Warriors Dojo channel, which specifically go over warrior style games and goes through every character's moveset, how to best optimize them with their weapon loadouts, and then after he goes through all of them, he ranks them. You know, I don't think he's done a. I scrolled through his channel. I can't remember if he actually has Dragon Quest Heroes on there at all, but like if he doesn't, I want to somehow try and get in contact with him and ask him about it, because like I would love for him to go through the heroes, because I actually love his in-depth analysis of the characters, because he teaches you like the best way to utilize each and every character, and it's good. It's good to pay attention to that, because he explains it in such a fantastic way that even I was able to understand it, and I will admit I had a hard time digesting the Warriors format. I literally just knew, all I understood was the X button will occasionally allow me to do something different. So I'm just gonna Y X Y Y X Y Y X Y Y Y Y X. Like fuck it, I'm going ham.
Honestly, you can get through almost all of those games like that.
By doing, yeah, I know, but like it's more what's the right word? I don't know if intrusive is the right word, but like it feels like you're playing the game wrong, you know?
Yeah, it's like going through God of War, just matching the X count on the way.
Yeah, like
You can do it, but it doesn't feel.
Yeah, I could sit here and psych up for fun over and over and kill it and extinct the entire calamari population to grind, but I would like to, do something different to grind. But given my playthrough, I don't have that option. But in games that give you the option, it's fun to explore what you can do rather than sticking to the same old, same old. That's why I don't understand how Nessus and Lucas have fun playing the game by spamming side B and neutral B. I genuinely don't get it. How is doing the same thing over and over fun? But at the same time, this is coming from the hypocrite that'll just like, if I miss up smash with Dr. Mario, I'll keep fucking doing it until you run into it.
Sometimes it's funny watching people fall for the same shit over and over again.
I mean, yeah, you're right, but still. It's like the person will roll away and just, like, the person will be character, it will be like Cloud, roll away after dodging my F smash. They'll try to run in, but dodging in after being scared. And after they see me up smash 2 more times, they'll stand there for a minute and just charge the limit, and I'll just keep fucking doing it. Like, yeah, you can sit there and charge it, but are you gonna hit it? Because this is a fast up smash, dog. I'm gonna get it right. It's finishing touch. Oh, okay, I'm dead now. Cool. It's like, oh well, I had fun. I spammed the C stick up for the past minute. So like, I can definitely understand. Like so again, I don't understand like how making the game unfun by spamming something. But like, when you do it on purpose and you're not gaining a benefit from it unless it's at the stupidity of the other player. So like, if the player literally just runs in after noticing that I'm spamming up smash, that ain't my problem. That's all on you, dude. Like, my game plan was laid out from the start. You should have known better.
You expected that from me. This is on you. We need to play some of that. That's been a hot minute. People I play with first, but...
No, I feel that though. I haven't played Smash in a hot minute either. I literally only played it like about a week ago, and it was literally just me like absolutely dumpstering some kids with Dr. Mario, and then I went on a losing streak.
Basically what I've been doing.
And it makes me sad because like I was like, I want to get Dr. Mario in Elite Smash today. I'd probably be like 1 win away, and then I'd start losing. And I was like, oh man. Oh well, but I was in such a good mood. I was in such a good mood that stream that literally the spamming Ness that the spamming Lucas I went up against didn't aggravate me, and that says something. That says something. I was just in a very good mood.
Aren't one of those some kids, or are you talking about someone else?
Oh no, I was playing online during the stream. Oh, one dodged? You cheeky little fuck. As he just stands there. No, he's contemplating his life. He's thinking, I just had a fucking rock chucked at me, dude. What just happened? These bipedal and invertebrate dickheads just threw a rock at me. There was 2 of them. Oh, come on! You just... Okay. Alright, well, I'm done grinding. I need to actually get moving on. Thin Air. I actually want to watch Yangus's Max Thin Air just absolutely obliterate with big number. Big number sends serotonin through brain.
Yes. But you were wrecking my ass with Dr. Mario.
Yeah, you're right. Yeet! Boosh! Oh my god, it did 300 even across the board. I didn't even level up off of that. This game sucks. But no, so after getting way off topic, Warrior Dojo, I love his content because he goes in depth and explains the characters in a perfect way to allow you to understand how each character works and functions. And oh, Yangus is out of MP, so he can't use Thin Air anymore. Yangus has been nerfed. No. Well, Jessica can use Harvest Moon, so... Well, actually, better yet. Let me just... Bang is better anyway. Whoosh. But, and, like I was saying, like, at first, when I played, Hyrule Warriors... Oh my god! Hero doesn't know Zing yet. I would like him to not die. That would be fantastic.
Jesus. You don't have to worry about him. You can worry about what's his name.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. The hero doesn't know Zing yet, so he can't bring Angelo back to life, which means I gotta waste money. I kind of need my money.
Do you though?
I really do. Armor is outrageously priced in this game. Armor and weapons both. So, like, it's literally better just to alchemize everything, but the problem is that alchemy takes a long-ass time.
I feel that. It's like a mobile game, but for real.
I know, and it's stupid, because the mobile version of the game gives you an instant alchemy! It's bullshit! The game that you would expect to have, a time-based alchemy pot, but real-life time instead of in-game time, makes it instant to you. This game aggravates me some.
Dude, they missed a chance though for the 3DS port to have where you actually had to walk around with your 3DS in your pocket, use a pedometer to make the alchemy actually work.
True, I mean, you're right. And that's the weird part.
It would piss people off, but it would also be really cool.
Okay, so Yangus is about to learn a very good move, being what do you mean he can't go any higher? I literally need one more point for multi-fists. This is not fair. I'm being gimmicked. This game sucks.
Bad game, bad game.
Alright, well, I guess I'll just put it into, humanity then, because...
Oh, Danny's just a smiley face.
I know, it's funny. But, he learns Kabuff at 42 points. Which, Angelo and Yangus both having Kabuff will make them decent support characters. And then he learns mid-heal, at 68 points. Unfortunate, 1 point off. I literally just got gimmicked from having a pretty strong move. Because the game says, you're too strong right now.
You're too strong with not using weapons. We're gonna nerf you.
I know, that honestly sucks. Because I really hope that, like, I don't know if I have to be, or if this is a problem for me. Because I've never done this kind of playthrough before, but like I said in a previous stream that the PlayStation 2 version actually unfortunately suffers from an oversight. If you have too many skill points, and you max out your skill tree before you hit level 99, this game never expected you to reach level 99 before having all your skill points maxed out. So, if you have skill points left over, when you reach level 99, the game soft locks. Because you can't add any more skill points because the skill trees are maxed. And this version of the game doesn't give you the option to allocate skill points later. The 3DS version lets you do that. So you're stuck because you have skill points to allocate with nowhere to put them, and the game doesn't let you go any further until you put the skill points in, and you can't do that. Like, of course, in the PlayStation 2 version, you would literally have to grind for hours to get the seeds of skills necessary to max out each character's skill tree. But so you would realistically not hit level 99 before then. But the point being is, my point here is that if I get to a point where I can't put any more skill points into either of the two skill trees that I have, which is literally for Hero and Yangus, it's a problem because I'm literally only going Fisticuffs and Courage. But those are the only two that'll probably have this problem. Oh. This would be really good if Yangus could use Thin Air, but he can't. So I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna see if I can't kill all of them. I'll probably die from this, which is unfortunate.
Oh, geez.
But anyway, what I was saying, Jessica and Angelo have two skill trees that I'm going to be putting points into. Oh yeah, I'm dead. I'm going to die from this. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm going to die from this. Oh no. I literally needed thin air for this. I can try it. Like, I'm gonna get greedy. I'm gonna try it.
What's the worst that could happen?
I get half of my money cut, and I have 1,800 gold.
What's the worst?
Oh, okay. No, we're good. Okay, never mind. They were actually a lot weaker than I thought. Ding ding. Yeet. Wow. God, they are too strong.
They're weaker. God, they're too strong. Which is it?
Both.
Half, stop yelling. None. You don't need more food. You got food.
Okay, that was not as scary as I thought it was. And hey, Angelo leveled up. But so Angelo and Jessica won't face this because in this version of the game, you only get enough to fill up about 1 3/4 or 2 3/4 skill trees. The rest you have to use Seeds of Skills to finish. But Hero and Genghis only have the 2 skill trees that I'm using, which is their Fisticuff and Specialty skill trees. So if it gets to a point where I can't put any more skill points into those either skill trees because the level cap is preventing me from doing so, that means I have to waste the rest of the skill points into some other tree when I could use it for later. You know what I mean? Why only 3? Why is he getting? I swear he doesn't get the. He doesn't get this less amount of skill points in the 3DS version. Like, his first level up gives him 9. So like this is aggravating, bro. I can't even get the second charisma fuddle, which would be great. But I'm gonna go ahead. Can I get something from?
Don't ignore me.
Okay, hold on. I can put him in stabs and get dazzle, which is good.
Do the old razzle dazzle him?
Bro, no, hold on. Another thing that aggravates me about this version of the game, or about this game in general, there's no D-dazzle move. So in Dragon Quest XI, you can learn D-dazzle, which obviously undazzles your opponent. Or your characters, allowing them to see again so they can hit. I forgot to heal. Get me out of here. But in this game, there's no spell or move to undazzle your opponent or to undazzle your characters. So you just so you have to either have the item that does it, or you just have to wait. And that is so aggravating. I should probably go back. I should stop this running while I'm ahead because it's nighttime, enemies are stronger, and my characters have no MP for some of their stronger moves, so I need to get out of here.
Maybe it's time to go grind. Go get some shit.
I do probably have a decent amount of money, so I could potentially get some good armor. Because I still have armor upgrades for my characters I can get. Something I have neglected to check because I can't hear the ding because I have my headphones on is the alchemy pots. I forget, dude. I really do. I just forget. Okay. So what I really need to do is I need to make a stone hard hat, which requires me to go buy a stone axe, and that'll give Yangus a bit more defense. So I need to go buy a stone axe from Alexandria after I sleep. The problem... Oh, actually, let me go ahead and just cook something up while I'm at it. I could make another strong herb, but I don't think I want to. Where is it? Did I use it? I think I used it. That's unfortunate. I guess I'll just... Do I have milk? Yes, I do. I'm gonna make a thing of cheese. Yeah. Completing the alchemy compendium. Let's go. One thing I don't like about alchemy in this game is the alchemy revolving rare items that can only be found once. For example, the Timbrel of Tension. You have to make that out of, with an item that you find, and there's only two of those items, which means you can only make 2 Timbrels of Tension. One of those, and the item is called the Sun Crown. You find the Sun Crown by also alchemizing it. You have to find the 2 items, Skull Crowns, and then you have to use Saint's Ashes to turn them into Sun Crowns. The problem is that if you want to 100% the compendium, or the alchemy compendium, then you have to make sure you alchemize everything. And you can actually miss certain alchemy recipes because of the way that certain limited rare items have a secondary alchemy recipe that just reverts it back to its old form. The Sun Crown is one of those items. So it can be reverted back to a Skull Crown if you use a Devil's Tail on it, which is an item that you can only get from certain enemy drops. So what tops the cake on this whole fiasco is that if you make a Timbrel of Tension, or if you make both Timbrels of Tension before doing the alchemy recipe to turn the Sun Crown back into a Skull Crown, you'll never be able to do it again, ever, until you start a brand new profile. And mind you, these are late game items that are 60, 70 plus hours into the run. So if you fuck up and miss it, you don't get to do it again, because there's only 2 of those items in the entire game. And the Sun Crown is not the only item that this happens to. There are other items that fall under this as well, meaning you can miss multiple items in a run and completely ruin your chance at 100%ing the alchemy compendium. So it's a whole lot of bull, is what it is. It's just a whole lot of bull.
We like a whole lot of bull.
And what makes it worse is if I don't want the grind to be real in this game, I have to make certain alchemy choices. Like, for example, I want to make sage stones for all of my characters late game. Well, except for Hero and Angelo, because a sage stone is an infinite use item version of multi-heal. So it costs no MP to use, and it's infinite use as long as it's in battle. The only downside... Wow. A stone axe would give Yengiz the exact same attack he has now. That's crazy. But, okay, so I don't need anything else. I just need the stone axe. I'm gonna combine that with the pointy hard hat, or the pointy hat, and that'll give me a stone hard hat, which is which has phenomenal defense.
You get that at all?
No, not really. But so yeah, trying to 100% the compendium without a guide is a nightmare. Because without a guide, you can literally miss certain alchemy recipes, and it's not at the fault of the player. It's simply because why would I want to revert the Sun Crown back to a Skull Crown when A, it doesn't offer a defense boost, and B, it's all the Skull Crown is cursed. So if you equip it, it'll do random crap to the enemy to the character that equips it. And I gotta go to a church, waste money to have it removed, because it automatically locks itself to the character if it's a cursed item. So what's the point of being able to revert or redo the alchemy, especially when, again, there's nothing to use the Skull Crown for other than transforming it back into a Sun Crown. So like it's useless. It's literally just a waste of alchemy time and a waste of 100%ing the compendium. There's just no point in it. And why they didn't remove that feature in the 3DS version is beyond me. But I'm going to take a quick pause from the little bit of grinding I was doing. I'm going to go to pick them and see if I can't pick up any armor. I need to remember this because I always forget. I never stop by the casino here because the casino in Pick'em is rigged to just make you lose. So there's no point in trying to play unless you desperately want to try and get the items that are here right then and then, instead of waiting until late game to just come back and pick them up later. Like I could get a oh wait, this ain't the, what am I doing? There is a silver platter which Jessica and Angelo can both equip for his shield, but the Templar shield and the Kitty shield that Jessica and Angelo can get literally like earlier than the silver platter, it kind of just beats the purpose of attempting to get it. Now, so like there is a Titan belt, which is good. The Titan belt increases attack. I could get that if I really wanted to, but I would prefer to increase my defense. I wouldn't want to be a glass cannon for any of my characters. Oh. Let's see. Come on. One of you give me. When you first start playing at the casino, there's supposed to be someone to try and give you casino coins if it's your very first time and you haven't bought any. But I guess I'm thinking of it wrong. You earn some casino coins as a reward in late game when the second better casino opens. But that's late game. Let's see. Let's go ahead and get the items that I need. Oh my god, why is everything so expensive? Oh, the iron helmet would be great, but I can literally only get one of a few things. Okay, dancer's costume, leather cape. I'll get the dancer's costume. And then I can either get an iron helmet or a leather cape. I'll get the iron helmet. Well, actually, no. If I wanted to make Angelo's Templar shield, I'd have to get an iron shield. Fuck. Well, Yangus is about to get an iron hard hat, so I'll give him the bronze shield that I have in the bag. And I'll use the Iron Shield that Genghis has for alchemy to make Angelo's Templar Shield. Then everyone can all have a defense boost of some kind. So let's go ahead and just get these characters the things they need. Jessica having more defense is always a plus, because her resilience is just naturally low. There we go. He doesn't have... Or I'm going to be making his Templar Shield, so he'll get a decent, boost later anyway. Alright. Alright, I'm cool with this. I'm cool with this for now. I just gotta come back later after doing a bit more grinding. I am gonna go ahead and continue the quest line. I gotta go to Escantha. I'm actually kind of afraid to continue the quest line at the moment, because once you complete the Escantha quest line, you have to come to Pickham, and once you come to Pickham, the horse and carriage will get picked, and you'll lose access to the alchemy pot because you don't have the carriage anymore. And making certain items is currently something I need to do. So, I'm not too confident about this just yet. You'll be fine. Everything's cool, dandy. But I guess I'll go ahead and do this. Also, I've had these out in front of me because I've been wanting to share them. But I found my Yu-Gi-Oh cards in my storage unit. And I actually have some ridiculously good cards. I have Kaiba's Deck Devastation Virus. I was like, that's crazy. I also have the original skin Dark Magician. Unfortunately, some of these are just normal cards. They're not part of any specific packs or anything. But I literally have some limited edition cards in here. And you can tell, it literally says on the card if it's limited edition and you can look up its card number and see what pack it was a part of and see how much it's worth. And I have first edition and limited edition cards in here. Like, for example, I literally have a limited edition Elemental Hero Neos from one of the Yu-Gi-Oh! 5D's Jaden packs. And it's actually a pretty decent card, both in play value and in card value as well. So, like, I don't know, and I honestly don't remember how I got most of these cards. I know at one point, I just started mugging my friends' Yu-Gi-Oh cards, because I have two friends. One of them was, I'm done with card games, you can just have my cards if you want them, so if you find any cards in my room, you can have them. And I got some decent cards out of him. And then my other friend, he's the kind of person that would buy multiple packs for a specific card. So if he has extras, he'll give me one, instead of making me buy or trade one. And obviously that's cool for multiple reasons. And I actually have quite a few copies of cards in my decks, or in my long collection of cards. So I feel like he actually gave me like multiple cards. But I've actually got I'm actually really close to completing some of the like original main characters decks. Like I have most of Yami Yugi or Atem's deck. I have a decent amount of Yugi-Moto cards. I have an uncle that has 3 Blue Eyes and Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. And I believe I have Toon Blue Eyes somewhere in my deck. I know I have Toon Summon Skull and Toon World, alongside with Toon Archery Girl, and I have Toon cards. I have a lot of Toon cards. So that's Pegasus' deck. Let me see. Yugi boy. That's right, Yugi boy. I've just turned this game into a shadow duel. You can't do that, Yugi boy. You know tunes can't be hurt by normal means. Kaiba boy. Oh my! I love the dub. The dub. The 4Kids dub is so good. I'm not sure. I honestly can't remember. I know he played Mr. Manaka in the Sonic X dub. The Asian servant. He played Mr. Manaka. I was like, that's a very dynamic difference, but at the same time, they're both classy individuals. So even though they're like two vastly different characters, they're still somewhat the same. How do you do that? How do you have two completely different shows that are based off of a form of a game, but still give one voice actor the same character archetype role? Okay, well, since I have to quite literally wait for time to pass because I'm not spending money to rest until evening, I have the Ojama cards, Ojama Black, Yellow, and Green.
He was ready with them. He was ready.
I was actually. I was holding them because I knew where they were in my collection. And on top of that, because I have all three Ojama cards, I also have Fusion and I have Ojama King in a very beat up condition. But I have Ojama King, and he's actually really strong. I have Guardian Soldier of Stone, Ryuran, Illusionist Faceless Mage, Sari the Dark Clown, Basic Insect. Let's see. Legend the Mystical Guardian the Lamp. Let's see, let's go to the good ones. Let me just skip all the basic ass cards. I have a Tim's Queen's Knight and King's Knight, but I don't have Jack's Knight. I need Jack's Knight to complete the trio. Here's the limited edition Elemental Hero Neos that I was talking about. And you can see it's limited edition by the little limited edition text by my finger. Here is the original coloring Dark Magician that I was talking about, also in a very poor state. I have first edition versions of the Elemental Hero set. Actually, no, never mind. This is a limited edition. I have a limited edition Elemental Hero Sparkman, which is a part of the hero deck that Jaden uses in 5Ds. Let's see, Elemental Hero Avian. I have Celtic Guardian. I also have Obnoxious Celtic Guardian. The limited edition version of Elemental Hero Basinatrix. And the normal version of Elemental Hero Sparkman. I think this is like a super, like, I think it's some kind of card that's supposed to rival Egyptian god cards, because it's one of those cards that doesn't have an attack or a defense. It's an effect monster, and I don't feel like reading its effect. I have Guilford the Legend, which I believe is that's a card from Raphael's deck in the anime exclusive side plots filler of the Seal of Orichalcos. No, like literally, it was I learned this out. I learned this recently, but the Seal of Orichalcos in the 4Kids or in the anime version of the show was actually complete filler. The entire arc was complete filler because that arc does not exist in the manga. It is a anime exclusive. And the worst part is that it's actually really good, because it actually does a fantastic job of humanizing a Tim, because for the first time he actually, like, not only does he lose, like a Tim specifically, not only does he lose, but he loses in such a monstrous way that shows him to be like a really bad villain. Because the Seal of Orichalcos forces someone to use their lust for power to do everything they can to win a duel. And in Yugi's case, it was sacrifice, or in Tim's case, it was sacrificing his monsters through Catapult Turtle to try and defeat his opponent, but he wound up losing the duel because he wound up sacrificing all of his opponents, or all of his monsters, and that played into one of Raphael's monsters, and it boosted the attack of his monster by how many monsters he had in his grave, so it wound up coming back to bite him in the ass, and he lost. And the plot of the Seal of Orichalcos plot is whenever the Seal of Orichalcos is played, whoever loses the duel loses their soul. And Yugi protected Atim by pushing him out of the seal's grasp, and Yugi had his soul stolen instead of Atim. And Atim just absolutely fucking lost it. He broke down, and it was such a fantastic scene. And then later, a few episodes later, they humanize him even more by giving him by showing instead of the lust rage that he had for power in the duel against Raphael, he then has an absolute breakdown in the fight against Dweevil when he plays the Seal of Orichalcos, and he fucks with Yugi by pulling out he pull like a normal creature card, says, "Here, this will help you save Yugi." And then he's like, and Yugi just snapped. He's like, "Bro, you fucked up." like if it was any other rating except for PG and PG-13, you know Atim would have just looked up at him and was like, "You just fucked up, kid." And he would have been like, "Huh?" Plays that spell card. Alright, next monster card I draw, you receive direct life point damage. Monster card, bow, monster card, bow, the duel is over. I ain't done. Monster card, monster card, monster card, monster. He just keeps like, bro. And it just shows the viewer just how genuinely upset Atim was, because he was already disheartened from losing Yugi's soul in the first place, but to literally have your hopes raised and then shattered in an instant helped humanize Atim as a character, and it furthered his character development because he was learning, or because he had amnesia and was relearning his past, you know. So he was becoming more human, or he was becoming humanized and more modern alongside Yugi, because he was helping him learn that, and to see that Yugi lost his soul because of him, and that he possibly had a chance to get him back, and then have it ripped in front of him, quite literally. You see a good character break, which is something that not a lot of shows do, you know, because it's either a character, or you learn a character through how they grow, and certain characters don't get past a specific archetype. Like Ryuji, for example. You see him after, you meet him after his character, his big character dynamic change. So you get to learn and delve into. Yes. You learn about his backstory, and you learn why he had such a dynamic change in who he is as a person and how he views adults. But with most characters of his archetype, they're just a happy-go-lucky character. You never see anything change from those kind of happy-go-lucky characters. But Atim and Jaden from GX, I think it's GX, yeah, GX. I kept saying 5Ds earlier, and I feel like an idiot. But I haven't seen 5Ds, unfortunately. I haven't finished GX either. I only got to the I only finished the fuck, what was it? It was the arc of the Soul Stealers or whatever it was, when they were hunting down those rare cards to summon. So I think it was the principal of the school could summon a super a monster stronger than the Egyptian god cards. And then Jaden beat him, and that was the end of that arc. I haven't continued past that. But I did learn through watching a video about the time that the good characters broke. Tim was the first one, obviously, because, you know, Monster Kata! Monster Kata! Monster Kata! Like, that was just a fantastic scene. But Jaden was second. In that list, because Jaden was literally that character who was just happy. You know, he was like, I love dueling. Dueling is fun. If I lose, oh well, I'll come back again. Ha! But there was a specific scene in one of the later arcs where he watches his friends quite literally die because of the outcome of the duel that they were having, and from then on, he quite literally just stopped having fun. Like, it's over and done with. No, literally, he goes from being a Smash casual to a Smash pro, and the game is just not fun to him anymore. Like, his friends were literally killed right in front of him, and he's like, fuck it. I'm done trying to enjoy this game for the game that I thought it was, since everyone's wanting to use it for power. Now it's my turn. And then from there, he literally goes undefeated for the rest of the series. And like that's such a fantastic character dynamic to witness, because most people don't understand what happens to a person when a good person mentally breaks, because they don't see that happen. No one thinks that it happens, you know? They think, oh, they're it's just good old yada yada. They'll never change. It's like they're good old yada yada. They never change. Like they're just happy, you know? That's just who they be. That's who they'll forever be, because they're just a happy person. But then the day actually happens and they have a mental breakdown and snap on people, and then they call them the bad guy, wondering, why are you yelling at me like that? Why are you acting like this? I wonder why. I wonder why.
The last thing I was expecting was a philosophy told like.
Yeah.
I guess Bug did somewhere along the lines.
But no, there was, but one of my favorite sayings is literally a very common and old saying. There is the one thing that a madman or that a wise man fears. Like, I can't remember the full saying, but like the one thing that he fears the most. Out of the list of things a wise man fears, it's a power-hungry man with money, or a power-hungry man with power. So like any form of power, which in our world is money. Money is power. There was one other thing. And the very first thing was when a good man gets or when a kind heart gets angry, because it takes a lot for a kind heart to get angry. It takes a lot to build up that anger and to cause a kind-hearted soul to snap. So when it finally happens, that's the time that you need to be the most afraid. Because you fucked up. You did something royally wrong. And you're about to pay a very hefty price for it. And that's the reason for the saying. Yes, Kat, can I help you? You want? Do you want to say hi to stream? Yes. Okay. That was a fantastic meow. Come here. Don't stand straight up. I need you to come here. There you go. Say hi. Say hi to stream. Look up here. Or you just gonna stare at me? Oh yeah. Can I help you? You are a fantastic cat, you know that? You're very beautiful. I love you to death. But you also annoy me. Because you kill me. No, dude, I swear to God. This cat scared the ever-living shit out of me one morning. I'll finish the story real quick and move on with the game because there's a cutscene. That's why I'm just standing here. But this cat scared the ever-living hell out of me one morning. So, there's a window right here. And there's no screen because we're in the basement. So I have a plank of wood up to deter any, like, animals from outside from getting in. But there's nothing holding it up other than my Oculus box and some other planks of wood. And this cat all of a sudden attempted to jump up here, and she can't get up here yet. She's too small. And she knocked the supporting wood out of the way, and it caused the entire plank to fall down and crash on everything that's behind me. This, and it made a loud crash at 3 in the morning, and I was asleep.
Not anymore.
So I woke up in a dead shock, trying to realize what happened. And then I got up, walked over, and found the board fell over, and I was like, you damn cat. Fuck. Her name, she goes by 2 names. It's either my name, Sweet Pea, or my girlfriend's name, Casey. So eventually we just agree to disagree, and we call her Casey Sweet Pea, or Casey,
And cat.
Casey Sweet Pea.
And cat.
And I call her Cat when she's on my nerves or aggravates me.
Which is a lot.
Either cat or feline.
No, mainly cat.
Mainly cat, but feline is in there.
I give her the same name I give my girlfriend's name, and my girlfriend knows when she's a woman.
What? Bitch, what? What?
He calls her, or he calls his cats the same thing his girlfriend calls them, woman.
Oh.
But no, so I have a camera that's up back here as well. I believe I've said this before. Family has sticky fingers, so I gotta keep my stuff safe. So I have that camera up, and I decided to go back. Something else bothered me too, because when that loud crash happened, my girlfriend was in the hospital and talked through the camera. Said, "What was that?" I was like, "I don't know," and then I laid back down. Then after I wake up and I have time to process my thoughts, my girlfriend was on the camera at 3 in the morning, just watching the camera.
Because I woke up then.
Yeah, so like she was awake and just, I guess, randomly decided to look at the camera. But I didn't know that. I just thought she was just sitting there watching the camera at 3 in the morning, watching me sleep or something. I was so weirded the fuck out. No. Come on. If you're good, come on. There you go. Hello, welcome back. She's back. She's back here again. Cats are fantastic. This cat acts more like a dog, dude. It's crazy.
This one acts like a spoiled brat.
She has so much energy, and her favorite toy is a stick, or is a string on a stick. But anyway, let me finally move on with this cutscene. So I'm just gonna.
Oh. Did you meet with His Majesty in the royal suite? I must explain. The king is refusing to speak with anyone at present. Please forgive him. You see, he's never been quite the same since Queen Sasha died 2 years ago. If only it were possible to meet with those who've passed away. Oh, it would mean the world to the king if he could see his queen once more. You know, my grandmother used to tell me lots of stories when I was small. Lots of I'm sure there was one about a way to make any wish come true. No, it's no good though. I'm sure she'd be happy to tell me if I went to see her, but I'm so busy with work here at the castle. I'm afraid I must ask you a favor. I'd like you to go and see my grandmother. She lives in a house west of here, next to a bridge. Could you ask her to tell you the old story about how to make wishes come true? Maybe it's just a fairy tale, but if there's any chance it might be true, then I have to try and help the king. I wish I could go and ask her myself, but there's so much to do here at the castle, and I can't leave him on his own. I'm really counting on your help. My grandmother lives west of Ascanther, in a house next to a bridge. I pray at church every day that the king will be happy again. Please, help me to help him.
Alright. Okay, I really love this part of the story. Specifically because of Emma. She, even though she's just a maid, you know, she's just a servant, she genuinely cares about her king. So much so that she's literally asking random travelers to go ask her grandmother about a fairy tale that might make wishes come true. Oh, water. I'll take a water.
Better choice than a threesome.
I just wanted some flavor, but that's fine. But she cares so much that she wants us to try and literally make a miracle happen. And funnily enough, given that this is literally a plot line and we can't skip it, we have to. But it's still just a fantastic scene. Oh, what? My goodness.
I see. Magnificent! What a dutiful maid! Worrying about her master so. I am impressed. A faithful retainer like her is a most precious treasure to a king. And you say she's about the same age as my dear Medea? Very well. Now this is an order. I want you to help this maid with her request. I beg your pardon? A detour? Well, if you get onto it quickly, it won't be a problem, will it? Off we go. We must lend a hand to this delightful maid of yours.
Alright. Now it's going to be a minute before we get another cutscene. Because now what I got to do is I got to zoom to the Riverside Chapel, because there's a house on the other side of the bridge, and the old lady is just going to tell me a basic text about the story, and then I'm going to go along the riverbank where I was farming the first time, trying to fight metal slimes, but never found any. And I need to go along this riverbank because she's just going to tell me that at the top of that mountain there's something that happens at night. And that there's a mystical doorway that'll open up to another world where dreams can come true. And basically there's a man in there. His name is Itari, or Ishtar, or whatever. I can't remember. But he's gonna tell us, or he's gonna read our feet, which sounds weird, but he tells us that everything has dreams, including inanimate objects like our clothing. So he reads our shoes, learns about why we're there, says he'll help, and then we just take him there, and voila, this side of the plot is over. But why this is happening? Let's go back to my Yu-Gi-Oh cards. So I also have I have silent magicians, silent paladins, and silent swordsmen. I don't have all of the levels. I need to get them, but I have most of them. Let's see, what else do I have? I like how we're just bouncing back and forth from so many different topics. That's ADHD for you. If I'm not a variety streamer, I don't know what I am. I am something. Let's see. Proton Thrasher. Let's see. Oh, well, there's two of my characters asleep. That's cool. I love that there's a card literally called Lord British. And it's literally just a spaceship. And it's a first edition card. I hear that cat meowing. I don't know if she's just wanting to get into the laundry room or if she's hungry, but I can see some food in her bowl. And some water. Is she directly behind? Can I help you? Can I help you? Meow indeed. Meow, yes. Calamari kids, let me just destroy them real quick. Let's see where. One ran away. That's cool. Man.
How about yes, Yugi? Go up against my man-eater bug!
I hate Weevil. Am I the only one who calls him Dweevil?
I just think of the dude from London.
Which one?
From, Lil Primo's.
Oh.
He's a rank.
Oh. Alright, let's see what else I got. Quick Seacron, Lava Battle Guard, Swarm of Scarabs, Manga Ryuran, Toon Gemini Elf. I don't even have normal Gemini Elf. Can I help you, kitty? Okay then. Whoa! Metal Slimes! Oh shit! Hold on. I'm going to throw holy water on them. Be gone! Oh shit. If one runs away and I waste a holy water on it, then I'm gonna lose the holy water. Oh, which one should I attack? I didn't give a holy water to Angelo yet. Oh man. Which one, A or B? I'll leave it up to you guys.
B.
B? Alright, this is on you.
You listen to me.
Valid. Oh man, Angelo literally just has to hit this attack. Oh, he stayed! Angelo, for the love of everything that is quite literally holy, hit this motherfucker. Oh! 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 Bro, this is, you know that like past hour I spent grinding on Calamari kids? Literally one of these is just is literally that entire hour. Ah! Yes! Oh my! I am so glad that that random person popped in the other day telling me I can use holy waters to kill a metal slime. I am so glad they popped in because I dead ass did not know that. Despite how much I know about this game, I literally did not know that. Why are you climbing my chair? Look at this cat! Can I help you?
That sounds about right for a cat.
Okay, I have a new I have a new headrest. Let me turn to the side so she's visible. All right, for hero, I got 5 skill points. That's not enough to put me at that tangle. And what can I get from 41? Ooh, that puts me 1 point away from learning thin air attack. So the next time hero levels up, I'll have thin air for hero.
Hell yeah.
Okay, okay, she got down. He was the only one that leveled up. I mean, that's still a good chunk of experience, and I'm glad I got it. But what was I saying before I ran into those metal slimes? I was talking about Yu-Gi-Oh again.
Something about having a tune card and not the original one? No.
Oh, yeah. Let's see, what else do I have? Silent Magician level 4. I have 3 of those for some reason. Jesus. I have 2 Gearfried the Iron Knight. Silent Magician level 8. Debris Dragon. Silent Mystic Swordsman level 4. Silent Swordsman level 3. Jesus. Orbital Hydralander? God damn. Can't be normal summon / set. Must be special summoned from your hand by having 5 or more monsters in your graveyard and no monsters in the graveyard by the same name. So you can only have one of these per deck then. Once per turn, quick effect. You can send the top 3 cards of your deck to the graveyard, destroy 1 card on your field, and destroy 1 card on the field. You must have at least 2 monsters in your graveyard and no monsters in your graveyard by the same name to activate and to resolve this effect. Well, that's not bad. You can destroy any card on the field. So if your opponent has an annoying spell card, then you can simply take care of that. Adhesive explosive, the one that's I think it's the one that Pegasus uses in the first arc. Time Wizard.
Time will let go.
1,000-year dragon. Red Eyes Black Dragon. Fucking love Joey. Yeah. Hey, Yug. Oh my god. I love English dub Joey. He literally just cannot be topped. What do you mean I can't run away? Look at that. I'm so much stronger than them that they don't even... Okay, never mind. He did 1 damage. Get me out of here. What do you mean? This game sucks. I love this game to death, and I literally just beat it, and I beat the 3DS version this morning, but fuck this game.
You can't stream and play a game.
Internet too weak.
No. I meant like I can't play the same game on current stream.
Oh, a wizard staff. Okay, so this is where I get a little bit finicky with the rules. I'm going Fisticuff only, but I can't equip items, right? So I never said anything about using items. So, Hero, Jessica, and Angelo all have spells, or all have offensive spells, but Yangus doesn't. So I'm gonna give him this wizard staff so that he can use it, and it casts a free frizz, which is good fire damage, without the cost of MP. So I'm gonna do the same thing later on. I'm gonna give a Staff of Resurrection to either Yangus or Jessica, Because Jessica can learn Kazing, but I'm not going to be focusing the staff skill tree after she learns, see, I forget what I said, Magic Barrier. I'm not going to focus it anymore after that. I'll rather focus Sex Appeal than her staff skill tree. But if I decide to use Seeds of Skill on her later on to try and build up her skill trees again, then I'm probably going to focus staffs with the skill points so I can get Kazing, and then Yangus will be the only person to need to carry a Staff of Resurrection, because Hero can cast Zing, Yangus would be able to use Zing with the Staff of Resurrection, and then Jessica and Angelo can both cast Kazing. So I wouldn't have any other need for anything. So all of my characters can revive, with 2 of them having a 50% chance and the other 2 having a 100% chance. I don't think Whoosh does anything to these guys. So I'm probably just gonna. I'll try it just to see, because I don't remember. I don't remember if they're immune to wind magic. I think they are. Yeah, I don't mind. I believe they are. No, never mind. Well, it's damage. I'm damaging all of them. Yeet! Ding, 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 ding. But while I do that, let me show you my Castle of Dark Illusions. Now, I am really upset at younger me for this card. I have a limited edition card called the Wicked Red Root with 4,000 attack and 4,000 defense, and it's an effect monster. And its effect is cannot be normal summoned or set, has to be special, or it can't be special summoned. It cannot be normal summoned or set except by tributing 3 monsters. So even if you were playing a non-battle city rule match, you would still have to tribute 3 monsters to summon this card. But the sad part is that even though it's limited edition, this isn't the original card. It's actually just the face of the original card that it used to be a part of. I peeled it up because the original card was so damaged, and then I glued it to another card. Let's see if I can read it. No, like it's so damaged and there's so much glue and shit, like it's almost impossible to read. I think it's REINEORCIMENTS. It's a trap card, and it looks like it's a normal trap card. And this other one it's another trap card that I glued to the back of it to give it its back. And it's armored something. The rest of it is too torn up to see, and I can't tell if it's a normal or an infinite trap card. But it's a limited edition card. It used to be a limited edition card, and it's really fucking strong. But I don't think I would ever use it because I think it'd be cheating, considering that it's literally just multiple cards glued together. And I'm really angry at my younger self for not taking better care of these cards. But, like, I'm just now starting to get my drive for Yu-Gi-Oh! Back. But, after that, I got Elemental Hero Bubble Man, 1,000 Needles, Neo Space Pathfinder, Pitch Dark Dragon, Lord of D, Dragon Piper. I also have Dragon Capture Jar, so I have a very strong offense against dragon builds. Witch of the Black Forest, Morphing Jar 2. I have 2 of them. Blast Juggler, another of Pegasus cards. There's my King's Knight, Obnoxious Celtic Guardian. Fushi no Tori, which is actually a really cool card. It can only be once it's played and it gets done with its battle phase. By the end phase of the same turn it was played in, it automatically returns back to your hand if it's not destroyed. So, and on top of that, it has a secondary effect where if it inflicts life point damage, then you get the same amount of life points that you dealt damage to your opponent. So for example, if you used a black hole to destroy all the cards on the field, and then you played Fushi no Tori, then it can attack directly. It can attack directly, do 1,200 points of damage. You heal 1,200 points, and then at the end of your phase, the card goes back to your hand. Yeah, you don't have a monster card on the field, but you just healed for that reason. You know what I mean? And this is my favorite card, Watt Woodpecker, because it has the ability to attack twice during a battle phase. Combine that with the spell card that I have called Double Attack, then effectively I can attack 4 times with this one card. So again, imagine the setup. Black Hole destroys all cards in the field, and I have Double Attack set, and I summon Watt Woodpecker.
Oh, very so by the way, for a throw punch, completely agree.
Yeah. So Black Hole destroys everything on the field. I summon Watt Woodpecker. I get to attack twice, and then I use Double Attack. Now I'm not sure if this means I get to attack 3 times, or if I get to attack 4 times because of Watt Woodpecker's special ability.
Is whenever he attacks twice?
Yes. It specifically says this card can attack twice during each battle phase.
Okay.
So
And the trap card you're talking about, say you get another battle phase, or you do...
the spell card Double Attack just allows me to attack twice during a battle phase.
You get 3.
So I'd get 3. Okay, but that's
Because logic dictates that you're not doing battle phase.
true. You're right. But still, that's 3,000 damage. That's the equivalent of a raw Blue Eyes attack. And this is a level 3 monster, so I can normally summon it to the field. So let me find Double Attack and let me read its description, just to make sure it's not double battle phase and just Double Attack. Because I think it is just a normal Double Attack. But as I also have equip spells in here as well. I have a Dark Pendant. I have I think it was Gilfried's axe. But those are all equip spells, which increases my character or whatever monster I want's damage output, which means 3 attacks at potentially 1,500 damage. That's the game. If there's that's game. I also have Block Attack, Stop Defense, and Change of Heart. I also have D-Spell.
I always loved Magic Cannon, I think. Whatever damage you get taken,
Okay, here. So I have all 3. I have all.
Storm Asher says play the game.
I will. Just give me a second. Okay, so this is literally just a quick. This is literally just a quick game ender. Watt Woodpecker, Black Pendant, and Double Attack. After using, or if I use it after using Black Hole, which destroys all monster cards on the field, I normal summon Watt Woodpecker, equip it with the Black Pendant equip card, which increases its attack by 500, and then I use Double Attack or I activate double attack by discarding one monster card from my hand to the graveyard. And one monster on my side of the field with a lower level than the monster I discarded gets to attack twice. So if I discard a level 4 or higher monster, Woodpecker can attack twice, or can attack an extra time. So with 3 attacks at 1,500 damage, or at 1,500 attack points, that's 4,500 that's 4,500 damage dealt. And if your opponent, and if the opponent has literally no cards on the field after using black hole, then voila, game's over. With just 3 cards.
All of what you're saying to me is, I agree, it's a really cool play. Most Yu-Gi-Oh decks are turn 1 enders.
Yeah.
So it would be like, you'd have it, but you'd never get to play it, because everyone would kill you before you get to play it.
No, I have potentially turn 1 enders as well. I have Graceful Charity card. I have like 3 or 4 Graceful Charity cards, and I also have I think I also have a Pot of Greed as well. But
What does the Pot of Greed do?
but allows me to draw 2 cards. But I also have Monster Reborn. But I have at the very end of all of my trap cards, Destiny Board. And with Destiny Board, it allows me to draw the subsequent spell cards that spell out the word final. After... No, final.
You mean death.
No, final.
Yeah, but in Japanese, the card spell it death.
Oh, does it?
Ah. It was too offensive.
Oh, of course. We Americans can't handle cleavage and violence.
No, we can't handle the word death. We can handle violence.
Oh yeah, true, true. But it's cartoonish violence, so it's different. But anyway, so all I gotta, or once I activate the spell card, the trap card, the trap card starts spelling the letter with the letter F. Then in the span of 4 turns, afterwards, you then pull the cards from either your hand or your deck, and you place them in the spell and trap zones until all 5 cards have been played and it spells the word final, and then you just win the game. The game is over. GG's. Shake my hand. You had fun. So imagine first turn drawing Destiny Board. Your opponent has 4 turns to end the game.
I need to go eat dinner. I'm gonna hop off. Crafty, it's your job to fill in the space between now and then. 'Twas fun. I enjoyed sticking around for as long as I did.
Are you gonna come back after you're done eating?
I don't know, but I might have to go before, so I can do a lot. Be a busy adult with many important things to decide.
Mm-hmm.
But if I do get a chance to come back, I'll lurk in the chat at least. So I might message. Peace, guys.
Alright, see you later.
Around for it.
But also, hi, Crafty. Wait, is Crafty even here? Or did he dip? Oh no, he's here. Oh, and Free Throw Hugs is here too. He's been lurking in my Discord this entire time. Alright, let's see. How much is Harvest Moon again? 6 versus 5. Not much.
I want someone to record and be on to this for me. It's so bad.
Do what?
I had this guy and he's like, he's supposed to be like.
I agree with you, hating your younger self and destroying cards and stuff.
Listen, I didn't intentionally destroy them, okay? I just didn't take care of them.
I mean, I got rid of most of mine, just, giving them away or selling them for pennies.
Valid. Like, I'm just angry that I didn't take better care of them. I knew they were collector's items, but like, I just didn't care. Like, Yu-Gi-Oh! I only cared about the original Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime. So, like, when I saw extra cards that were outside of the original manga and anime, I just literally did not care. Alright, let's see.
The color that I have is a mod. It's so fun.
Alright. At 52, Jessica gets increased dodging with Fisticuffs, so that's going to be helpful. Did I not pick up the map for this area? I guess not. That's unfortunate. So now I have to remember this by hand, where all the... Oh, did he leave too? Oh, that's unfortunate. That's fine, I don't mind.
This guy's recorded the level that I made, and it's so bad. I used the wrong song, and then botting is terrible, and the video stopped me for flipping. It's so bad.
I do, like, even though I'm not really, like, that big into Yu-Gi-Oh! I do want to try and get back into it. I want to make a play deck and try and actually play with somebody. Jesus! Yangus, you monster! Chill out! Okay, I gotta remember where all the possible chest locations are. I don't... The 3DS has the mini-map on the bottom screen.
Yes,
Don't mind me. Just eating real quick. It's munching time. Oh my god. Jesus!
The brain because
I don't know if I'm just taking the obnoxious long way. Because like I said, I really can't remember. Even though I quite literally just beat this game, not like today. The game flies by on the 3DS version. And you're dead. Thin Air is way too strong, and I'm about to get it for 2 more characters. Is it over here, maybe? No, this is just the well. Oh, goodness. Everything got quiet when I decided to start eating. Oh my god! He got a crit. Haha! Your weird dance does not work on me, foolish tree. Oh, 69 gold coins, let's go. Heroes just stockpiling medicinal herbs. Alright, well, I gotta jump down this well. Because there's a chest down here that I missed because I took the long way. This is the map of the area. I'm just gonna do this the easy way. It's gonna take a minute, but it's the easy way, trust me. I hate how they hold their shields. It's so aggravating. Why are they always throwing it at Hero? Like, you would think they would learn. So anyway, Crafty, how are you doing today?
I'm not here to stick on the bunch of them, but I'm not pretty good.
So wait, you said you were on a field trip, right? Where are you at now?
Yeah. Home.
Oh, you're back home? Field trip's already over?
Yeah, I was like... Yeah, anything.
Ah.
We all in bus around in Dayton, Ohio. We stand there for 3 hours, and 4 hours bus ride back.
No. There we go. This is where the map is. I didn't go on very many field trips as a kid. I know the one that I remember the most was the field trip I went to. Oh, now I know where I missed the chest at. I went to SeaWorld when I was in middle school down in Florida. And I was able to go for free, funnily enough. But we were able to ride the rides. We were able to do all of that completely for free. I was like, hey, yo, dope. But we were told ride the water rides at your own risk, unless you have swimming trunks and stuff. I was like, fuck it, I don't care. I rode the ride anyway. It was fun though. I enjoyed it.
Yeet! Ding ding ding.
I just don't think so.
I'm actually quite hungry. Alright, anyway. Yes. Can I help you, cat? Oh, there wasn't a chest over here. Man, Alright, I'm done fighting enemies for now. Because I'm just wasting my time running up. I do not have holy protection. I have Padfoot, though.
No, you're not. Got it.
Can I help you, cat? You're not jumping up to the windowsill. No, don't backsass me, cat. Get your ass out of my face. You have stinky farts. What do you mean I'm still at a... Thank you for hopping down. Appreciate it. Oh, I failed. No, my MP! No! That's 2 heals! I'm sad. And how am I weaker than the enemies in this area? I've got decent stats. My level is okay. How do I have weaker... What do you mean they make the... Man... Ow. 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 Now it's my turn. Now it's my turn. Prepare to die. Oh, cool, I'm asleep. I'm gonna take a nap. Woke back up. And your existence is now a forfeit. You forgot to turn on autopay. Mid-heal? Aw, hell yeah. 4 skill points. Where am I putting them? I mean, I guess I could finally put some points into Fisticuffs. I won't get anything until 6 or 7 points, but I guess I'll try. No! Oh my god. I don't want to fight. What do you mean? This game sucks. Yeah, exactly. God, that's a lot of damage. Thank you. Alright, Yangus has 2 more thin air attacks that he can use. I need to get to the top of this hill and be done with it. Oh, I have nuts. I like nuts. What kind of nuts you like, Crafty? Oh, he's not even there. That's unfortunate. I guess I'll enjoy these nuts on my own. My own personal nuts. I like nuts. What is it with this game not letting me run away? That is so not right. That is so not right. And he's dead. You gotta be kidding me! And now he's dead. I like how they targeted Yangus. And then they let me run away. Cool. And Angelo doesn't know Zing yet. Fantastic. You're not getting up there, Cap. Alright. And now we quite literally wait here. Just gotta sit here. So how are y'all doing today? I am having a grand old time because I just bit my cheek again. But just in case you're gonna regret that jump, and I'm gonna laugh. I'm gonna laugh very hard. You're on stream, and I'm gonna send you to Funniest Home Videos. It'll be hilarious. You get your butt out of my face? Thank you. My nut! I dropped my nut. That's unfortunate.
am Ishmari, keeper of the Moon Shadowland. Welcome to my realm. Many moons have waxed and waned since human foot last trod this earth. Weary travelers, I welcome you now to the land of the Moon Shadow. Enlighten me. What desire opened the Moon Shadow window on this night? No words. Your shoes can tell the tale. So, Pavan longs to be reunited with his dearly beloved Sasha. You stand amazed, mouths agape in wonderment. Ah, forgive me, I have yet to uncloud your eyes. Children of the light of day, do you believe that memories are yours alone? Your clothes, houses, tables and chairs, the sky, the land. They too remember each passing day. Silently, they sleep in a dream world of memories. The moon's light may give shape to these dreams, these memories. I cannot stir this daughter of the sun from her eternal sleep, but perhaps I can end your friend's waking nightmare. Lead me to the castle. Lead me to the scene of Pavan's misery. grieving soul. May the moon's rays trace the scenes enacted here long ago. What is this? A dream? An illusion? No. No. I remember this. You.
Is wrong. What is wrong?
Sasha. I've missed you so. These 2 years I've thought of nothing but you. Ever since you passed away.
You're not still fretting about this morning's missive, are you? You mustn't. You made the right decision. You're always so lenient with people. But sometimes you need to be firm too. That's a king's duty. Everybody believes in you. You must stand tall and proud. Ascantha is your country. Oh yes, I have news. The innkeeper's dog has had a puppy. He wants us to think of a name.
Is that me? Yes, I remember this. It was the spring before last. So, this is a memory from the past? A puppy, you say? What do you think? No doubt you've already thought of a good name for it.
It's a secret.
Why? If you've thought of a name, then I'm sure it's splendid. Tell me.
Surely you have a suggestion too. A name for this puppy.
But I'm sure yours...
Shush now, Pavan. I think any name you came up with would be simply perfect. My dear king, you're a wise and kind man. You should I was planning to use the name you thought of. That's all I'd decided.
Yes. She was always like that. Always giving me so much encouragement. Sasha, why? Sasha, why are you always so strong?
Because my mother gives me strength.
Your mother? But she passed away years ago.
I never told you, but I was very timid as a child, so weak and afraid. And every day, my mother would try hard to encourage me. When she died, I was so sad and lonely. But then I realized, if I went back to my old weak self, I would have nothing left of my mother at all. It would be just as if she had never existed. I realized I had to be strong, that I must remember her words of encouragement and everything she taught me. That way, she'll live on inside me for always, forever.
Sasha, you're right. I should be more like you.
Shall we go out onto the terrace? The weather's so nice today. It would be lovely to enjoy the breeze together. Look! Your country stretches before us as far as the eye can see. Oh, Ascantha is so beautiful.
Yes. Beautiful, Sasha. So beautiful.
My darling king, for people to live their lives happily, you must be strong.
I remember. Everything you ever told me lives on inside my heart. Forgive me, Sasha. I finally opened my eyes. At last, I finally awoken from my long and terrible nightmare. Never again will I forget the things Sasha told me. It felt like a dream, but I believe in what I saw. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks to you and Emma, I've finally woken up from an unbearable nightmare. Now, I can be a proper king to my people again. I cannot thank you enough. If there is ever anything I can do for you, please do not hesitate to ask. I swear I will do anything in my power to repay you. Anything at all I can do to help. Farewell, my friends. May fortune ride with you on your continuing journey. I hope we will meet again soon. It's all right for some, isn't it? No doubt King Pavan treated you to plenty of fine food and drink, you lucky toads. The princess and I have been waiting, you know, stuck here outside town. And Medea isn't much for conversation these days, hmm?
I know how you feel, Grandad. If only you weren't so, green, eh? Maybe we could get you into town, and you could have a drink or something. I ain't exactly a looker myself. I know what it's like to be discriminated against. Wait, Gov, I've got an idea. The town I used to live in ain't too far south of here. How about we head off down there, eh? Sure, Pickham ain't no rose garden, but it's in the middle of nowhere, right? Even a strange old geezer like him would fit in, no problem. Old Grandad here'll be able to get himself a drink. And we might get a clue about where that dull Magus has got to and all. There's a bloke there who knows everything about everything. We call him Brains. He's a mate of mine. He'll know something, dead cert. See? 2 birds with 1 stone, eh? I ain't just a pretty face. Come on, let's get going south. Pickham, here we come.
Alright, so, before I continue on with more cutscenes, let me just catch up on everything that just happened. So, we helped King Pavan get out of his nightmare, and he's now indebted to us, which will come back for us later. And now Yangus wants us to actually go to Pickham, because there's a guy in there named Brains who literally knows everything there is to know. As long as it exists and there's a reason, he'll know it. And something that aggravates me is if he knew, or if he knows everything about everything, why didn't he tell us about the actual main antagonist when we were first chasing Dolmagus? But I'm getting caught up in semantics. But now let's see. What I'm gonna do is I am going to. I'm gonna sneeze real quick. Whew, excuse me. Dink. And. Dink. I'm gonna run around for a little bit. Because the next boss I'm gonna have to take on is pretty strong. And I won't have the alchemy pot for the entirety that I have to fight that boss for. Now, I've been learning quite a few things about this game. Don't mind me just sucking down my Capri Suns. But anyway, I've learned quite a few things about this game as of late. And one of the things that I've learned was there's actually some alternate ways to view the story depending on what events you clear first. So, for example, that whole King Pavan fiasco that we just got done dealing with, we could have done that with Jessica. Or we could have done that without Angelo. So, like, as soon as we got out of Port Prospect, we could have ran all the way to Escantha, met the king in the middle of the night, went up the mountain, and we could have got all of those same cutscenes but without Angelo in them. And I never knew that until I tried it for the first time on the 3DS version of the game. And I even tried something else with my most recent playthrough of the game. Oh, I just made cheese. This is what I was wanting to do. On the most recent, or on my most recent playthrough, I'm about to fight you guys anyway, so back off. And off they go. Ah! Okay, there we go. But, I learned that there's, some cutscenes. I just said that, yeah. But, another cutscene that is different is a special cutscene that you get, because what we're about to do is we're about to go to Pickham, and when we get to Pickham, Medea and the cart is going to get kidnapped, and we have to go and get her back. And in this process, we run into one of Ayangis's old friends, Red, and she tells us that if we wanted to get the horse back, we have to go get her the Venus Tear from the Swordsman Labyrinth that's just north of her cottage. And if we decide to go get the Venus Tear early, we lose the cutscene of Yangis saying, okay, we got the Venus Tear, let's go give it to Red. But we gain an extra cutscene when we go speak to Red for the first time about getting the horse back. And as we start to leave, King Trode will question us, if we already have the Venus Tear, why don't we just give it to her and be done with it? Yangis says we have to make her think that we went out and put the work and effort into getting it. Let's just walk out, stay away for a little while, and then come right back. And then it plays out as normal from there. And those kinds of little scenes are actually sprinkled throughout this entire game, because there are quite a few different ways that you can enjoy certain aspects of this game before doing it in the story progression. And that was just one of the things that I discovered. And this game has been out for years, and I'm just now figuring it out. That's how you know I'm pretty isolated with this game. I don't do much. Okay, I'm getting the occasional battle, which is okay. I don't mind. Ding ding. I love that move. But I'm waiting to alchemize a few things. Specifically because there are a few defensive items I need to get my hands on before I lose the cart. And as soon as I step foot back in Pickham, I'm gonna lose my ability to use the alchemy pot. So I want to make sure I have the best equipment that I can have at this point. And so far, Jessica gets a kitty shield from the Swordsman Labyrinth. I need to make a Templar shield for Angelo. And then I can rebuy a new iron shield for Yangis. And then I should be set for the Swordsman Labyrinth, but I would like to get a little bit more experience before I head in. Oh, there's the alchemy pot. Cool. So this should be the stone hard hat for Yangus. Perfect. And now, what I need to do... Oh, whoops. Wrong character. Then I need to go here. Because I could just zoom to pick him because I've already been there. But I gotta get this alchemy done first. Pop that in, take care of that. Alright. And then I'll get the Templar's shield. And in the meantime, Yangus can equip the bronze shield. Wherever it is, there it is. Did I just see that? Oh, whoops. Did I just see that I had scale shields in? I have 2 of these, and he's been running around with this leather shield this entire time. I'm an idiot. Alright, and then the stone hard hat. And that puts him at literally the same defense as Hero now. So I technically didn't really lose any defense whatsoever, and Angelo gained... and Angelo's gonna gain some defense here in a minute. So that's good. I need to get Jessica either a pair of slime earrings or a gold bracer to add a little bit more defense for her accessory slot. I have a lot of items. I need to have at least 2 holy waters on all of my characters in the off chance that I come across a metal slime, because it was literally the luck of the gods that Angelo managed to hit that metal slime and actually get 1 point of damage off. I'm gonna give Jessica 3 herbs because she has no form of healing right now, and she isn't going to have any whatsoever. And then Angelo needs at least 2 backup herbs if in case I run out of magic. Hero is just loaded up to the brim with items. I don't know why I don't use my cheese at all. I'm just weird. Okay. So that's all good. Let's see. What else can I look at right now? Let me actually... There. So now it's in order. I have 5 of the 6 seeds. I have 1 of each. I just need a seed of skill and I'll have all 6 of them. Let's see. Iron nails, mini metals. I have 9 of them. I have 3 copper monster coins, which is good. I need to. So if I only have 3, that means I've defeated Lonely Joe. I've defeated Squiggles, and that means I must have defeated 1 more, which is Slime Knight, because that's usually the first one I get. I need to go back and take care of some other ones. So let's zoom to Farbury. The monster coins only purpose in this game is to show how many of the weaker rank monsters that you've killed, and they're meant to be sold because the copper gives you 200, silver gives you 500, and a gold monster coin gives you 1,000. Is it worth the prices? Kinda. But the gold, definitely not worth it. It should definitely be worth more. But it's still a source of money when you need it. And I can have, I believe... Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4... I could probably take on the Bullfinch, which would be 5. But I don't remember if that's copper or silver. I don't remember, and I feel like I'm being stupid because I might be saying copper, but it might be bronze. Because, you know, bronze, silver, gold, basic Olympians grading scale. Okay, it's copper. I could get a silver monster coin from Haxorus over there, but I am nowhere near strong enough to attempt to take him on, so I'm not even going to try. Bow! I ain't even playing around. I smacked the shit out of a bunny. Let's see. Oh, where am I going? I can take on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I took on Yabby. Oh, actually, no. I took on Yabby and got a copper monster coin from him. So, I've only fought the 3. I haven't even fought Slime Knight. Or I haven't even fight One Night Stand. Jesus. I've been lacking on these monster coins. And I'm needing money. Just smacked the literal shit out of that cat. That was crazy. You see the palm of you see this hand? Oh. Whoops. But you know what? While I'm running, it costs 4 MP to use Padfoot. Some bull. Alright, now I won't have to deal with random encounters. I'll just come up here. Fight this man. Short shooter. I'm just gonna beat the hell out of him. Bop! Bop! Bink! Got him. Sucky. Alright, I don't believe there's any chests over here, so I'm just gonna pop a zoom back to Farbury. I'm gonna turn straight around and see if I got this chest. Let's see. There's a chest around here that's locked with it, and you need Thieves' Key in order to unlock it. And I don't know if I've came and got it yet or not. How did I get in a battle? I had Padfoot on. There's 1. There's 2. There's 3. And there's 4. Alright. Okay, so I didn't get this chest. I haven't been doing any searching at all. Let's go ahead and get this. I think it's just a mini medal, yeah. Thought so. Well, it's still 1 more mini medal. I still don't see how I'm getting in battles. I have Padfoot active. Oh well, I don't mind. I'm getting gold. It's not a lot, but I'm getting some. I have no clue where I'm going. Okay, so this. Wait, hold on. Where am I? What am I closest to? Okay, well, it's still daytime. So I guess, or is it transitioning to night? Oh, it's transitioning to night. Damn it. Okay, well, knee him in the face. Flip kick him. Nice. You know, I don't really understand. Why is it that Hero, Yangus, and Jessica all have like 2 or 3 different animations for punching, but Angelo only has like that one kick? I haven't seen him do anything different. There's her high knee. There's Yangus's drop kick. Okay, there we go. There was a roundhouse kick. Okay, he has another animation. I'm sorry. I guess I just missed it this entire time. Damn. With no one here to talk to. Ooh! Padfoot's effect wears off. It's not like it worked or anything at all. How goes the fisting? Oh, the fisting is fantastic. There's been a lot of lube that's been used. I just realized, is the text in my chat disappearing? Because it shouldn't be. If it is, then I'm gonna have to do something about that. Alright, what else could I make? I could make boxer briefs with 2 bandanas, but I don't want to do that. Huh. I'll let you know if I see my previous message disappear. Alright, thank you. I guess I'll make some spicy cheese. We all like some spicy cheese. Right now, I'm just doing a tiny bit of grinding. I'm going back and fighting some of the weaker Notorious monsters to capitalize on some early game gold, so I can get some better equipment to take on this next boss in the Swordsman Labyrinth that I'm gonna hate because of his high critical chance hit rate. It's aggravating. Trap box, my beloved. I hate trap box. It's so aggravating. You can't even lower his defense. Bro, you can't even lower his defense any. It's so stupid. You can't put him to sleep. You can't confuse him. Shit sucks. Jesus, he still does so much damage. My God. Bam! Come on. You're not allowed to do that. It's cheating. 7. Bam! There we go. Okay, cool. Oh wait, I already got his copper monster coin? Did I already sell them, maybe? I guess I did. Huh. I completely forgot. I wonder how long ago it's been. Well, the XP and the gold is worth it, I guess. Little increments, but I'm getting fight after fight. Just picked out the best class for everyone right off the bat. I had my very first time playing this game when I was younger. I had like the worst time dealing with Trapbox. Mainly just because of like how much damage he did. Since he has a high crit rate. Where's pain in the neck? He's around here somewhere. Is that a cow? No, okay. Where is this damn Draki? I actually just can't see. My monitor sucks. Even though it's a very nice monitor, the composite to HDMI just does not work. Or the composite to HDMI adapter I have just makes this so blurry for me. Did I pass him up, maybe? Oh, there he is. He just ran right up to me, okay. Is that why the capture is so dark? Maybe. Man, really just ran straight up to me. Oh! Can we talk about the long pause? He had to wind that up. He watched what happened. Damn. He just yeeted out of Jessica's way. Aight, my turn. Crit. All right. Well, I got his copper. I got his coin too. So I guess I have been notorious monster hunting. So that is fun. What did I hand it? Man, why did I transfer that to Jessica? There we go. Alright, 62, 75. Nice. Now I just gotta get Yangus a steel shield again. I think he can get an iron circus cake, whatever, however the fuck you pronounce it. And then Hero. Angelo can also get a leather cape. And then Jessica can get the kitty shield from the labyrinth. Ooh, excuse me. Alright, Alexandria. I know I haven't fought Bullfinch yet, and I'm gonna hate it. So... But, yeah, that is why it's, like, really dark. I guess it's atmospheric, but, like, it's aggravating for me because sometimes there's just some things I just cannot see. Isn't brightness a setting that I can mess with? Or is that Dragon Quest XI? Yeah, it's just Dragon Quest XI. That's unfortunate. Too bad with all four in the party. Yeah, but, like, there was a time where, I got Angelo immediately and came back here to try and take him on. I don't know why. But, like, I got absolutely murked. Like, it wasn't even a contest. I just got destroyed. It was kind of funny, to be honest.
Yeet!
Ding, ding, ding. Bow. Bow.
Yeet!
I love Stone's Throw. It's so stupid, but it's funny. It's like, there conveniently happens to be one rock here. Throws it, splits into 7 rocks. Oh, he doesn't chase me. He just sits there. Oh, look at him go, flapping them little turkey wings. Buffalo Bill. Alright, how difficult is he going to be? That's the question. Oh wow, do we all outspeed? Okay, no, never mind. 20 HP, that's not terrible. Now I think if we all just attack here. I'll use crack just in case. 74 damage, oh my god. I'm worrying for nothing. Does Hero finish it? Ow. Okay, he doesn't finish it. They've got to spam attack for the last one. Okay, yeah, this wasn't too bad. And that's a copper monster coin, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, alright. And then there's a Man of War I think it was a Man of War or a heel slime that's on the coast out here. Family Doctor, yeah. Family Doctor, the heel slime. That move is way too strong. That move has absolutely no business being that strong. Cool. Multi-fist. Now that is going to be okay, that right there is going to be helpful in the trap box fight. Is working as it should. Well, that's odd to me because I've had other people text in chat since I've been streaming, and usually their messages are supposed to stay there and continue scrolling up as more people chat. And when you sent your first message, there was no one. There was none of the other chat messages that was supposed to be there. So, like, I got very confused for a minute. I was wondering where all my chat messages went. I think I might have just accidentally extended the appear time. I've been lurking for a bit, so I saw those earlier, and it's odd those weren't there when I started talking. Yeah, that's what I've been trying to figure out. So I think I might have just accidentally set the appear time to really long and just forgot to turn on don't make messages disappear. Okay, the Family Doctor should be around here somewhere. Did I already get the chest over there? Or no, wait, that's not I'm thinking of the 3DS version, the blue chest. Alright, so is the Family Doctor a daytime monster? Might only be day. Okay, that's fine. I don't mind waiting for a minute. I'm doing a bit of. I'm just doing some grinding for. I'm just doing grinding for money anyway. That has no business being that cool and that weak. Did he dodge? My magic! Bro, that was 4 heals. How dare you? Alright then. 69 HP. Nice. Or, experience. Nice, nice. Cool number. Let's go. But damn, man. Man just danced around us. I believe I might have already gotten the family doctor. Because I obviously got, oh, there he is. Oh, there's the chest I was looking for. It's over here. No. Yeah, I know. I could have sworn he was over there, but I guess I've just been remembering it wrong. I really wish that I could get the get into the monster arena before the trap box fight, but I can only get into it after. It's aggravating. I probably don't need to tense up this much, but I'm just doing it for the hell of it. It's kind of funny. I want to see when I learn to speedrun this game. Oh yeah, I'm not sure if like prioritizing these guys is important, but like in my opinion, I think it is, because it's a good source of early game money, but you do have to go out of your way of the main path to get it. And I'm not sure if, like, the benefit of a 200 copper monster coin would benefit, is that you haven't reached Trodain? Yeah, no. You don't reach Trodain until after the trap box fight, and you get Princess Medea back, and then you talk to Brains, and he tells you that the rubble at Port Prospect is cleared up. Alright, so I got that. I can go to Parian K, and then I can take on the brownie that's to the left. I think there's a monster to the right. I'm not sure. I can't remember off the top of my head. I've already fought Lonely Joe and Squiggles. I've sent them on their way to Mori. I might have... I did get the feather cap that was over there. So I'm not sure if I already fought the brownie or not. I could attempt to take on Brickman to get a silver monster coin. But to be completely real, I'm not sure if it's worth it right now. With how weak I am. Like, I'm at what, like 1,000 something gold? Yeah, having that cut in half would not be... That would not be ideal whatsoever. Yeah, I could make it up with the money. But... I'll know what I'll do. Hold on. I'll spend the money before I go and fight him. This little fucker scared me when I first fought him. For the very first time. I saw him there. I ran into him. And he decided to do his move where he just tensed up to 100 instantly. I started sweating. I didn't know what to do. I thought I was about to die. But then he went for his crit or miss, and he missed. So, like, I had nothing to worry about. I was thinking, what if someone dies in the run? I'm not doing, like, a permadeath run. I was really thinking about adding, Okay, so I didn't take care of him. That's cool. I was thinking about adding the Dracovian quest from Dragon Quest 11, and if the protagonist dies, then then I would reset. But I decided against it. I thought because I haven't, Dragon Quest XI is the only game that I've done a challenge run before, and that's only because it actually had challenges on it. I'm not very original whatsoever. Oh man, if I go to pick them... If I go to pick them, I'll be locked. Let's see, do I need any more? Do I need any more alchemy for right now? I already got his Templar shield. The kitty shield is from the Swordsman Labyrinth. Okay, I think I'm good. So I'll go ahead and zoom to pick him to pick up another iron shield. I'll sell a couple monster coins to grab either an iron helm or a leather cape for Angelo. So not sure what I'm gonna get just yet. Let me turn it off for the cutscene real quick.
Well, Yangus, at least you were right about something. No one here so much as bats an eyelid at me. So, the pub awaits. I'll go on ahead, and I wouldn't want to get in your way. You go and find this Brains fellow. I'll be waiting for your report.
Waiting? Boozing, more like. Come on, Gov. Let's forget about him and head over to Brains's. Some of us have got to keep our minds on the job, eh? We've got to find that Dalmagus.
Okay, so I just noticed something very funny about that cutscene. If you guys noticed, the guy that was walking through here, while this guy was standing here doing his yoga, not only did he walk straight through him, when he got to the wall over there, he just started into the wall. Like, he didn't move or change direction. I don't think they expected you to keep watching that cutscene for so long. It was kind of funny. Alright, so... I'll buy this. Alright, let's so 5 of these. Get the iron shield back for Yangus. And then now I just need that last... now I just need this leather cape for Angelo. And I'll get the kitty shield from Swordsman's Labyrinth when I'm on my way in there, and I will be good to go. I have the best armor that I can have right now. I don't believe there's really any alchemy that I can do unless I wanted to try and waste my time on the casino, but the casino in Pick'em is rigged against you, so there'd be no point. And voila. Now, am I missing? Yangus has chainmail. Can't I get an iron circus from or however you pronounce that name from Escantha? I believe you can, if I'm remembering correctly. I usually just skip Escantha and head straight to Pickham. I'll go and check since I'm on a grind anyway. I don't think I can leave now that I'm in Pickham. During this part of the story. Yeah, I thought so. So Yangus is gonna keep me trapped here until I go look for brains. I gotta go report to King Trode. Then Medea's gonna get kidnapped. We gotta find what's his name? He has a name, but I keep forgetting. He's apparently like the worst picker. Dodgy Dave. We get picked by Dodgy Dave. And we have to get Medea back after going to Red. This is gonna be annoying. Anyway, cutscene real quick.
Well, this is Brains' gaff, but he looks like he ain't home. Ah, well, we better get back to the pub and ask the old codger what he wants to do.
It never used to be this difficult to get a drink. Another thing that wretched Dulmagus is responsible for. Confound him, and confound this curse. But it's Medea who's really suffering. Turned into a horse, just when she was betrothed to be married. Oh, you're back already. That was unduly expedient of you. So, have you found out where Dulmagus is? What was that? I thought I heard Medea. Medea? Where's Medea? She's gone.
Uh-oh. Guess I should have known better. People round here don't care where you come from. They care about what you come with.
Are you saying some mini hammer crook from this slum has kidnapped my daughter?
Oh, keep your hair on, Grandad. Whoever it was can't have gone far. They'll still be in town somewhere.
Well, we must find them then. Forget everything else. Getting Medea back is all that matters. Well, what are you waiting for? You heard me, didn't you? We must find the culprit immediately and save my precious daughter.
998, 999, 990, oh yeah, a grand. Sweet. He knows his stuff, that old merchant. He could see how much it was worth. Half inch in that horse was a piece of cake. Easy dosh, Mitch, eh? Easy dosh. Hey. Hey? Who's that? Oh no! You ain't the owner of that horse, is ya?
So, it was you! You're the scoundrel responsible for taking the princess!
Oh, what the hell? Get that monster away from me! What's it on about? What princess? I only knocked off a horse!
Who are you calling a monster? Give my Medea back right now or suffer the consequences!
Hey, easy, take it easy, I swear! I didn't know it was no monster princess or nothing. Here, have it all. This is all the dough I got for it, I swear. Just
What? You sold my daughter? That's it! Slay this worthless wastrel!
How's your horses, Grandad? Sorry, I mean, take it easy. This tow rag ain't good enough for the gov's sword. All right, you. Let's hear it. Sell it down Beggar's Alley, did ya? To old Dodgy Dave, eh?
Yeah, that's it. Know him, do you?
Right then. Hand over the dough. If I find out you've been telling me porkies, you're brown bread. Do you hear?
Look, I ain't been lying, mister. I swear. Here, 1,000 gold pieces. That's what he give me for it.
No need to worry. The black market geezer he was talking about is a mate of mine. He'll give us back the horse princess if we give him back the dough. I mean money.
Then why are we dallying around here? We must go to this geezer's shop immediately.
Well, well, if it ain't old Yangus. Ain't seen your mush round here for a while. Got some knocked off gear you want to get rid of, have ya?
Nah, mate. Wash me hands of all that. I'm travelling round with the governor here now. But that's not why I'm here. That legless old rump Mitz was in here before selling you an horse and cart, wasn't he? It's just that we need them back. They belong to the gov here, see? Mitz only went and half-inched them. I gave him the squeeze, and he said he sold them to you. That's why we're here.
You had them pinched by Mitch? You? You must be going soft, Yangus, getting stitched up by someone like him. Yeah, he was here selling the horse and carts. I gave him a good price for them. So I did have them, but I don't know how to tell you this. I sold them already.
You what? Who to? We need them back, desperate like.
Well, I don't know how to tell you this either. I sold them to Red.
You what? Red? The old artful dodger herself? You're having a giraffe, aren't ya?
Sorry, Yangus, straight up. Look, it's out of my hands now. You'll have to sort it out yourself.
I don't believe it. Now Red's mixed up in all this. It's the last thing I want to do right now. But we're gonna have to pay her a visit. She lives in a gaff southwest of town. Nice little pad it is. Slap bang wallop in the middle of a lake. Come on, Gov. If we want to help the horse princess, that's where we got her head, to the southwest.
Alright, now I can get back. And now I can see where the chat has been disappearing. Every time I swap modes, it disappears. I guess it has something to do with it being unloaded. It didn't do that last time, but I guess I must have finished with some different kinds of settings after I deleted all of my previous scenes in OBS, so I'll have to go and redo all of it. But anyway, apologies for the misinformation. It was Mitz, not Dodgy Dave. Dodgy Dave was the man that I needed to talk to figure out where Medea went. Oh, hello, puppy. But I also forgot that I got that money. So, guess I went ahead and just bought the last piece of equipment that I needed. So, I'm cool now. Everything's fine and dandy. I guess since I was at it, I might as well go back and try and get it. And fight Brickman to get... To go ahead and get the silver monster coin. I know I'll be going back for him later. Wait, I went to Myella Abbey. Damn it. But having the extra gold a little later will always be helpful. Even though I won't really have... I honestly think I have the best equipment I'm going to be having in this area right now. Until I get the ship, I'm not really going to have any better equipments for a hot minute. I'll deal with the random encounters. I don't want to waste magic on Padfoot. Alright, there's him again. Already squeezed him of his... Ooh. Nah, I don't want to do an unnecessary grind. It's not worth it. Nice kabuff, idiot. So I'm gonna have to change my OBS settings when I get done with stream today. I also need to make sure I get part 4 uploaded by the end of tonight as well, because I forgot to upload part 3 of this run, and I also need to edit the description and add it to the playlist, as well as adding end cards with the playlist active to it. Being a content creator is annoying. It's fun, but like there's a lot of upkeep I gotta be on top of. Being lazy for a few days sure as hell gets you completely laxed out of doing the job. But I've been trying to get my schedule set right for a hot minute. I put in an application for a new job, and I'm hoping I get it. You just had to get those 2 points of damage in. I really wish my content career would take off, because as soon as my content career takes off, and I can start living off of the money I make from streaming, then I won't have to worry about the situation I'm in right now. God, that's good damage. The shoulder bashed his tooth out. I got a giant splinter on my shoulder. Alright, now this is gonna be a bit scary. I'm not entirely sure. Oh, here he comes. Oh, he's a simp stomping. Oh, he's a coming. Oh, he's coming. Okay. Bricklayer. Okay, I am scared, to say the least. I really hope he doesn't start out with the hit or crit. I'm gonna be sad if he does. Or a crit or miss. Or a desperate attack. Either one. Okay, we all outspeed. That's good. Ah! Okay, I need you to not do that. There's so much damage, dude. Oh my god. If he psychs up once and attacks Jessica or Angelo, I'm fucked. Oh my god. This is scary, dude. I hate everything about this. Alright, we're finishing it this turn. Yangus with multi-fist should be enough. I'm gonna throw a rock at him. Disgrace him. I'm gonna throw his children at him. Wait, multi-fist is 0? That's insane. Why wouldn't I use multi-fist at all? I'm gonna throw another rock at him. Yeet! Dink. 56 damage. 1. I could have used sap on him, couldn't I? 100 even. Oh my god, that's so cool. That was awesome. I enjoyed everything about that. Again, I was scared for nothing, but then again, he was hitting like a truck. Okay, I believe there's a chest around here that I missed my first time around because I didn't come out this way. I think it's down there in that little patch. Oh, they don't notice me? Cool. You want to try Hackzilla next? I mean, albeit it's a good question. But I'm going to be trying him here in a little bit anyway. Because once I get to, I might have to do it next stream, but once I get to Trodain, I'm going to get Smiles, go back to the Monster Arena, and start the Monster Arena side quests. So I can start getting the benefits from it. And Hackzilla is one of the good early on monsters that I'm going to need. Usually my team consists of Hackzilla, Snapcase, and Potbelly. It's like the 3 best monsters you can get your hands on this early. Because Snapcase has the chance of going twice. Potzilla and Potbelly and Hackzilla both have good attack stats. Don't know, Snapcase could go twice. Yeah, it's honestly really rare, but he can. And he also has a decently high crit chance as well. He's a pretty good overall, monster. It just sucks that he falls behind when it comes to stats, as you progress. Because there's no other mimic type monster that you can get in your team. I would have loved to have been able to have a Mimic or a Pandora's Box as a late game monster team monster. And hell, the 3DS version even added some extra monsters. I don't know why they didn't add a stronger Mimic type enemy. Because it honestly confuses me, because in the 3DS version, once you beat the game and you start getting into the after game or the post game stuff, in the 3DS version there's an exclusive trial. Wait, is this? Okay, there we go. There's an exclusive trial that you can undertake in the 3DS version where you basically just go against stronger versions of the mainline story bosses, and then you take on a special boss that has the same name and appearance as, I think, the final boss of Dragon Quest II. And if you beat him within a certain amount of turns, he'll give you a special prize. And the best prize that you can get is a 3DS exclusive item, which is the Oomph Ring. And as it sounds, it's literally an accessory that you can equip that doubles your damage. And the best part is that it's just it doesn't apply itself as a normal oomph like you think it would. Only a little off Brickman's attack and defense. Yeah, honestly, like I said, Snapcase is actually really decent. And with the possibility of going twice in a row, and he also has the ability to possibly sometimes put some enemies to sleep. He's actually a really good pick early on. But see. Oh, I'm poisoned? Come on. I know I got some antidote herbs, but damn it. But, oh my god. Yeet. Huh. Perfect. Alright, well now I'm poisoned, so I gotta waste an item to take care of that. Between a chance at 2 attacks or a 1-turn psych up and crit with better defense. Yeah. I usually, because crits, Brickman's crits are honestly not really as important as speed in the early game. The crits only become important until you get late game and you start seeing and you see the metal slime enemy or the liquid metal slime in the arena for the first time. And even then, by the time you get to that point in the arena, you're already going up against, or you already have passed rank B, so you have rank B and stronger enemies to add to your team. Yeah, exactly. So, like, the crits are really just not that important. And then, even then, you can get enemies that do much better, or you can get, psyching up, though, is pretty nice. True, you're right. But I could have swore there was like a chest or somewhere around here. I'm not entirely sure. I can't remember off the top of my head. I think I'm just wasting time. So I'm gonna dip. And then I'm gonna go face red. Back to pick 'em. But I just usually tend to go for Snapcase over Brickman, simply because Snapcase is literally just like right there. All you have to do is just go south of Trodain until you get the ability to go down the down to the side of where the ship would normally spawn if you were to zoom to Trodain. And Snapcase is down there alongside with a chest. I think 1 or 2 chests. I think one of the and funnily enough, one of the chests is a mimic, or is a candy box. So yeet. Ow. My turn. Yeet. Ding, ding, ding. Oh, I missed. The fact that costs no MP to use, and you do an average of 40, going up against single targeted bosses makes that move obscenely crazy. Which is capers after you beat F rank. I actually did not know about capers, and I'm very interested in trying capers in this playthrough. I never actually knew about, or I usually, like I said, this is like the first time I'm actually doing like a dedicated challenge run of this game, and I never. I always kept sticking to what I knew about the Monster Arena, and I always just kept I kept the same team, Hackzilla, Snapcase, and Potbelly, and that would carry me to rank D or C. And then by the time I got the ship, I was already at a rank high enough to find and challenge Talos, south of Neos. And then from there, I would just go my happy little merry way to catch Gum King, a little, I think, to the southwest of Argonia. And oh wait, hold on. How many points do I need? Because I wanna start putting some points into courage. 42 for thin air. Okay, cool. Hero learns boulder toss at 82, so I'll have to. So that's a whole 40 skill points. I would like to get Zap. Zap would be fantastic. So I'm gonna start with his courageous skill tree. Now that Hero has thin air as well, fighting certain enemies will be a breeze, quite literally and figuratively. Hell, I could probably kill all of these with just 2 thin air attacks. Oh yeah, and Jessica has Bang. Fuck it. Angelo, just defend. That is such a sick animation. Just... whoa! God, that is so cool. I don't know why I've never ran a Fisticuffs build until, well, or did a Fisticuffs run. You can't really build with Fisticuffs. That's actually something I don't like. I don't like how they gave Fisticuffs as a skill tree, but they didn't give any Fisticuff weapons. Like, I understand the fact that you're barehanded, yeah, but there are barehanded weapons. There are, brass knuckles, knuckle knives, spiked knuckles, protective bandage wraps. Like, there's so many boxing gloves. Like, there are so many, like, actual handed weapons that could have been implemented that it kind of just made me sad that they weren't thought of. And even in the 3DS port, when Mori and Red was added as characters or as party members, it's still aggravating to think that they added 2 brand new weapon types, being fans and claws, but they didn't bother to add any, like, actual fisticuff weapons. Like, again, I understand the idea of them literally being barehanded, but come on, you could have added something, like you could have added a few weapons. I mean, hell, Angelo's bow skill tree literally only has like 5 weapons in the entire game. There's the short bow, there's the short bow, the cross, or the long bow, I think. I'm thinking long spear. There's short bow, hunter's bow, Sharon's bow, Arrow's bow, and Odin's bow. I think those are literally the only 5 bows in the game. And Odin's bow can literally only be made by combining Hunter's bow, the last bow that you can buy from Tyron Gully, Sharon's bow, and Arrow's bow. Am I going the right way? I was. I don't want to fight anymore. Wait, why is Jessica at 23 HP? Oh, that's why. Dumb King is awesome when he does something useful, but when I had him, he would unk the on same one twice and waste a turn because he ran out of MP. Yeah, that's like the unfortunate downside to Dumb King. I mean, that's honestly the unfortunate downside of using the monster team in general. The fact that their priority is completely random on what move they do and who they do it on. That's like the whole risk and reward part of owning a monster team, which I really do, but it's really annoying. Especially if you're someone like me who has such astronomically terrible luck that if something can go bad, it will go bad. And I have legitimate video proof of just how bad my luck is. Go watch parts, I think it's anywhere from 20 to 25, when I take on the final boss of Dragon Quest XI. Watch those parts and watch me just attempting to take on the boss. And count and just pay attention to how much my death counter goes up by. You'll see what real bad luck looks like. But anyway, cutscene's coming up, so I'm gonna...
I need to speak with Red. You're gonna have to let us through.
Yangus, you think Red's gonna want to see your ugly muss? Oh, get out of here! Up it!
Don't you boss me around, mate. I ain't going nowhere till I see Red, so shift, skivvy.
Skivvy? Who the hell do you think you are?
What's all the noise? I can hear your gabbing from in here.
Oh, sorry, boss. I got some geezer with no manners out here. He'll be gone in a mo.
It's Yangus, isn't it? Just let him in. I'll speak to him myself.
You heard the boss. Go on. Inside with you.
Don't often see your face round these parts anymore, Yangus. So, what brings you here?
It's like this, Red. You bought an horse from the black market drum in Pickham, right? Well, it belongs to this bloke I'm travelling with, see? Someone pinched it off him and then sold it on. That's how it came to be in the shop. I ain't gonna beat around the bush. I need it back. I'll pay whatever you want for it. Name your price.
Straight up as usual, eh, Yangus? I like that about you. But I'm not selling that horse. She's a quality mare. Toes the line and she's got a decent coat on her. You know how much I like quality. However much you're willing to pay, I am not parting with it.
What? Not for nothing. Look, it ain't for me. It's for me mate. I've got to get her back. I'll do anything you want.
Oh, interesting. Never thought I'd hear words like that coming out of your mouth. Must be a good mate, eh? All right then, here's what you're gonna do. I'm sure you haven't forgotten the cave just north of here, right? Just bring us the jewel that's hidden in there. You know, the Venus tear.
What? Not that. You know I've been in that cave before and...
You just said you'd do anything I want. You gonna welch on that now, are ya? Just bring us the Venus tear. Then I'll think about the horse.
Alrighty. And, alright, now look. See, look, now the chat's still there. It didn't disappear this time. I am so confused. Let me check the properties. Huh. I don't know. My chat box is just being really weird right now. And it's kind of aggravating. All right. So, as much as I would love to go straight there, I guess I'll go there real quick, just to have it set as a spawn location. I know I did say I want to try and take on the boss today, but it's already getting really late. So, I'm not sure what I want to do. I guess I'll make up my mind on my way there. But, speaking of this cutscene, Fricks, did you know that there's actually, an alternate scene that you can have, if you get the Venus tear before you, talk to Red? It's actually really cool. But, there's actually quite a... and then I didn't actually know this until, like, I started playing it. Or until I started doing some different things. But there's actually a lot of different scenes that you can get your hands on if you do, some of the events early enough. Like, for example, you can actually do the whole Escantha side quest, before even getting Angelo. Like, you can skip straight through Myella Abbey, straight through Simpleton, and just go all the way to Escantha, and then do the King Pavan side quest. And I did that as a joke, wanting to know if I could, like, legitimately skip getting a character. But later I would learn that obviously the characters are tied into the story, so you can't progress unless you accept them and have them come with you. But, like, I just wanted to try it. And I literally almost made it all the way to Pickham. Literally made it all the way to Pickham, but then I got... but then Brains never... the cart never got pinched because I needed to have Angelo in the party with me. I guess there was some kind of check that that if it didn't see Angelo in the party, then it just physically wouldn't let me move on. Oh, cool, titties. Let's go! It doesn't work. Gee, I wonder why. It's not like he's, like, hunched over and he can't see. Thank you. Is it swordsman? Oh, it's right there. I could have sworn there's like a chest around here somewhere. I know there's a notorious monster over there. It's a zombie. And I believe there's a chest back over there too. And then there's a quick cutscene here, so I'm gonna...
There's the chest. The Venus tear's supposed to be locked away in that. Must be a real gem. This ain't the first time I've had a bash at this place. Ain't never managed to get as far as the chest, mind. But I ain't doing the off without it this time. We're gonna get that Venus tear.
Alright. So let me see. Did that actually, like, give me a zoom location? It did. Okay. Alright, so now that I have the zoom location, I guess what I'll do is I'll hold off on the boss for today, and I'll do the boss tomorrow. In the meantime, I'm going to run around this area and pick up some items that I may not have. Because I know there's a seed somewhere over here. There's also a notorious monster right here. Old school drooler. I don't know if that implies that he was the kid that ate glue in the back of the class. I'm not sure what they're attempting to imply there. But if so, that's funny to think about. Dink, 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 dink. I just realized. There we go. That's damage I like to see. Let's go. He's still not dead? Jesus! There we go. Goodness me. That took a minute. Alright, there's that. I'm trying to remember where this chest was. I think it was over there. Although I can't remember. It's a little puzzle over here. There's a chest in here somewhere, and it's a little puzzle. Oh my god, these two keep following me around. They're like stalkers, bro. They're just jelly because my whole team is fine as fuck. Man really just dipped. How do you dodge air? It's like trying to outrun a tornado. What? I believe it's over here, maybe? Or is it over here? Okay, it's over there. Problem is I don't remember how to get over there. At least with a decent enough, or with a decent amount of MP, and just occasionally resting at an inn. Yangus, Jessica, and Hero can all take care of most encounters just with 2 thin airs and a bang, boom, or kaboom. The damage is honestly fantastic. The damage output is amazing. I really didn't know thin air did so much damage. A cow! Give me your milk. Milk. Swoosh. I like how the entire Whoosh family of spells actually show different types of tornadoes. So the first one, most people would think that's what a traditional tornado looks like, but that's actually a twister. And then Swoosh is a hurricane, and then it's Kaswoosh that actually shows 4 separate tornadoes coming together, which causes, which usually only happens off the coast, which forms a typhoon. Or in some cases, a very large class hurricane. There's your little tidbit of information for the day. Casual trivia. I don't feel like fighting! That's why I try to run away! Hey! You can't do the same thing to me that I do to you. It's not fair. Okay. A man just had to throw some more rocks at me one more time before I left. Let's see how it is. Before I go any further, I need to heal. There we go. But, I remember during my Dragon Quest XI playthrough, I was scrolling through Reddit one day, and I made it to the Dragon Quest Discord, because I was asking some questions about the all Dracovian Quest playthrough, just to see if I could get some help, because there were some points where I got like completely stuck. I mean, like, you literally and oh, there was an iron shield out here? I bought one for no reason? Bruh. Right, didn't I want to go to a Scantha real quick to see if they had an iron, however the hell you pronounce it for Genghis? It's an armor. And then I would have Genghis' strongest armor in this area. Oh, there we go. But yeah, I was on the subreddit and I was talking about the spell system and how refined it is. Yeah, there it is. But like I had a thread going about how it could be optimized even more with how the system likes to use ka and ol as suffixes and prefixes and suffixes respectively, and to designate like the different type or power of the move. And I had like a small little thing where I was like, in 11 you have oomph, which increases your a character's attack by 0.25%. And then there was Oomful that increased it by 0.5%. So, like, it was nerfed from literally doubling the attack power like it did in like it does in Dragon Quest VIII. But I was always interested behind the mechanics and how they were changing it up. And I thought to myself, like, what if they, like, refined it a bit more? You know, like, they added a few more versions of the spells to try and make the dynamic of the spell system work better, you know? So, for example, there was Oomph and Oomful, and then there was Buff and Kabuff. Oomph, 0.25 times to attack, and then Oomful, which is the stronger version of that, added a 0.5 damage increase. And then Buff gives a plus 50% increase in defense, while Kabuff adds a 25% increase in defense to the whole to the front party. So what if you went the extra way to designate the ka and ul prefixes and suffixes to the system to give multiple versions of the spell, and you could choose which version of the spell you wanted to do depending on the situation and how much MP you had. So with Buff, you would change it from doing 50% increase to a 25% to resemble Oomph. And then you would add Buffle with the suffix L to show the increase of buff, giving a 50% increase like Oomful does for attack. And then you would add, then Kabuff would be buff, but across the whole party. And then Kabuffle would be Buffle across the whole party. And then you could do the same thing with Oomph. Oomph, 25% damage increase. Oomful, 50% increase. Ka-Oomph, 25% damage increase across the whole across the front party. Ka-Oomful, a 50% increase across the whole party. And then you could do the same thing with all of the other in-battle stat-raising spells. And you could also do the same thing for the debuff spells as well. You could have Sap, Sapple, Kasap, Kasapple. You could have, I think it's Blunt, Bluntle, Cublunt, and Cubluntle. Blunt reduces an enemy's attack, And there's literally an enemy that there's a boss in an all Dracovian quest run of 11 that you are forced to consistently double blunt him, or lest he literally just one shots your party. You'll be at the max level by the time you that you can be in that area by the time you get to him. You can't level up anymore because of the Dracovian quest restriction to grinding. He's stupidly strong, and you have no armor because of the Dracovian quest. So you're literally forced to just spam blunt to make sure his attack stays down. And it's honestly insane. It was really stupid, and it's very luck dependent. The end of the game gets severely luck dependent, and it's very aggravating. In an all Dracovian plus Dracovian quest playthrough. Anywho, that was just my hot take on the spell system in the game. I like the way that I'm thinking about it, just simply because it like puts symmetry, I guess. I like it when there's an equal number of ways to do something in a specific way. And it's up to the player to choose what spell they want to use at what specific time under what specific circumstance. So it was just something I thought of, and the thread actually got really popular. It was up there for a little bit. And I kept the thread going for a hot minute, just adding all my little bits and pieces of like opinions and how I thought it could be implemented well. There were some people that offered like really good counter arguments, like for example, Buff and Oomph, despite them like revolving around stat increases, they work differently because one's focusing on the defense. So obviously Buff would increase a character's defense by 50%, and Cut Buff would increase everyone's defense by 50% or by 25%. And then since the Oomph family of spells focuses on raising an opponent's attack, then it would do it by 25%, and then Oomph to give the damage disher a good 50% increase in attack, you know. So, like, they had really good counter arguments, and it was honestly it was a fun thread. I would link it if I wasn't stupid on how most of Reddit, Discord, and all that works, because I don't really... I have a subreddit, funnily enough. I made my own subreddit, but, like, I never use it. Like, ever. I hardly use my Discord as it is, but it's like the only way you can message me. Speaking of which, it's right there. It's like the only way you could like directly message me if you wanted to like be a part of my community and everything that I do. But with that segue, thank you all so much for watching today. I am gonna go ahead and call it here. The very first thing, or I might do a little bit of grinding off screen, just to get ready for it, because I am not confident about that about the Snapcase or the trap box fight at all, especially since neither Hero or Angelo knows Zing yet, and which means I have to keep all my characters alive and play hella defensive if I want them all to get a generous amount of XP. And considering that I can't kill experience monsters past metal slimes, all the XP I get is going to be very precious. But that aside, thank you, Fricks. I hope you have a good rest of your night too, and I hope you'll join me tomorrow if I'm not lazy and actually decide to stream tomorrow. But if you all want to check out and catch up on the run so far, well, it's gone now, but my YouTube went that way, you know, and there goes my Twitter. You can follow my Twitter if you want to. I don't really care. I hardly post on there anyway. Oh, there it is. Right there. Right there. The YouTube, or I am currently uploading all of the parts over on YouTube. And then I need to go in and edit the descriptions. I would like to add thumbnails, but I'm not gifted with my hands. I don't make good pictures unless it's pixel art. And I don't have Photoshop because we don't get it free like garbage Macintosh users get. So I have to use Microsoft Paint if I really wanted to. But that's besides the point. Anywho, just streamer stuff I got to do off stream. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed, and I will see you all later. Peace.